I forgot this. Forgot to turn it off. Wait, is my reverb still on? No, right? Wait. No. No, it isn't. It isn't. Hello, guys! Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? It's time for the final... The final Warrior Cat book. I had to see if the... Because I have a button, and sometimes I can't tell which is the on button or which is when it's off. So I had to press it to know that it was off. You know? I'm so excited. We'll finish the final book today. Fart reverb, no. Not allowed. No fart reverbs in my chat unless you pay $5. Fart reverb is the only... is only allowed... Oh my god, I forgot to... Hold on. I forgot to turn off... record every time I go live. Because I wanted to record yesterday's Monday stream in case I had to delete it. Which I didn't actually, but I did unpublish it because I was kind of worried that I would get in trouble. Even though technically I shouldn't because it was allowed, but still I'm nervous. So today we're going to be finishing The Darkest Hour, Warrior Cats, Book 6 of the first series. Curse the DMCA? Yeah. But the DMCA didn't... I wasn't tagged. I'm pretty sure. I did save my Poor Unfortunate Souls one as a highlight because I thought that one was a little funny. That one was better than I thought it was gonna be, considering I wasn't sure I knew any of the lyrics. And I guess at one point I didn't, but I still did better than I thought I was gonna. Alright. Let's see. So, what happened last time? Wait, how are you guys? How are you guys first? How are you guys? blew it out of the water. Hi, Mint. Hi, Cat. Hi, Peachy. I was gonna say Ikono Nono. Kono. I know Kono is here. I see someone with a cute little skirt. I don't know who that is, but very cute. Today I ate egg bites for lunch. I had 3 of them. Do you know what's weird is yesterday my throat didn't hurt. And I mean, it still doesn't hurt, but I was really surprised. I didn't get like any... Kono! Hi, Kono. I can spy you. I spy you. Lurking. I'll see you 100 points earlier, so you're in the chat. But yeah, my throat wasn't hurting, so that's good. That's pretty good. I have a little bit of a headache now, but I'm not sure. Hi, Van! Drive safe! Drive safe. I have a little bit of a headache, but I think it's just because I was outside in the heat. In the heat. I thought it wasn't gonna be as hot as it is because it's kind of cloudy. Or at least it's cloudy when I look out my window, which kind of makes sense because I'm on, like, the not sunny side. But I dressed in pants and a sweater, a turtleneck sweater that was made out of wool, and I went outside, and I was very hot. And yeah, I know, but for me, summer usually means like I can wear a long sleeve shirt without having to wear another sweater over top of it. Because I usually get really cold. And so I thought, okay, well, if I don't wear anything underneath this sweater, then it'll be fine. Like, it'll balance it out. It'll balance it out. It didn't balance it out. I was very hot. But I was okay when I was in the shade. The problem is the park that I was throwing balls for my dog was not in the shade. So that was hot. Which is just normally 101 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that in Celsius? Like, probably like 50 degrees Celsius? Dark clothing and long sleeves. That's what I like to do too. Apparently, no, it's not good to dress up in dark things because the sun, isn't that like the saying? Like, don't wear black in the heat because the sun will try and it absorbs more heat because it's darker, right? I feel like that's a thing that I heard when I was a kid. You've only gotten 1 heat stroke. Well, I've gotten 0 heat stroke. 0. And I wear long sleeve things. Only 1. My mom gets heat stroke. What's the difference between heat poisoning and heat stroke? Because I only recently, in like the last few years, found out that there's such a thing called heat poisoning. And I didn't even know that existed. And it's supposed to be really close to what a heat stroke is? The heat stroke wasn't even me being in the sun. You are in a pizza place? Don't they have air conditioning? I'm gonna Google it. What's the difference between heat stroke? Wait, there's sunstroke and heat exhaustion and heat poisoning? Heat poisoning? What the heck? Okay, there's heat stroke and heat exhaustion. Heat exhaustion. Heat stroke. Someone experiencing heat stroke may have a headache, confusion, no sweating, rapid heartbeat, nausea, or vomiting, and may lose consciousness. Oh my gosh. Do not give them fluids. What? Apparently you don't give someone fluids when they're having a heat stroke? But you have to use cool compresses to get their temperature down. I could use a... I have a fan I can use! Guys, I have this cute... It's like a fan and it blows... It blows mist in my face. Oh. Yeah, baby. Can you hear it? Oh, it doesn't pick it up. It might pick it up when I'm talking. I don't know. But it's nice. I'm gonna position it so it blows mist on me. I forgot I had that! I was thinking, I'm like, wow, I'm so hot now. I can't wait until I can not be hot anymore. But I cannot be hot. I cannot be hot! Just have to move some stuff around a little bit. There we go. There's bodies freaking it. I have a fan that blows hair in my face because my dogs. Your dog's crazy? Your computer's having one now? Oh no, that sucks. I'm sorry. Guys, can you hear it? I don't want it to like disrupt as I'm reading, you know? I don't want it to disrupt. You don't hear it? Good. Good. Okay. Let us do our summary. So, you can hear it? Oh gosh. I'll turn it off for now then. Okay. Not anymore. What? Huh? How does it go away? Well, I turned it off now. Okay, it's fine. So, summary for last time. What happened last time? Oh yeah, the messed up thing happened. Okay, so last time what happened was... So they went to the gathering. Turn it back or I'm gonna roast. No, I'll be fine. Also, why the heck did it say I was clipping? Huh? Hello? That was weird. Why did it get... Oh, well, alright. Yeah, so last time there was a gathering and Firestar was... Hi, Pancakes! Firestar was very, very convinced that what Tiger Star would do at the gathering was reveal the secret of Mistyfoot and Stonefur. And then instead they went to the gathering and surprise, surprise, Tiger Star arrived with Leopard Star, the River Clan leader. And then he said that he was going to make the forest great again. Make the clans great again. And bring them together into one whole clan. The Tiger Clan. And he asked Trump Star, no! But the problem is, okay, Pancakes, he actually said that. That was like his real words. He used those words. That's how you know. That's how you know he's bad. So he suggested they join forces into being one whole clan, Tiger Clan, and Wind Clan was like, no, are you insane? And then Firestar was also like, yeah, let's not do that. You're kind of bonkers. And then he's like, actually, you know why it's bonkers? Because, and then he started trying to tell the truth of why they kicked Tiger Star out of ThunderClan to begin with. But then the storm that had been kind of raging on got really loud all of a sudden and cut him off. And then Tiger Star's like, oh, look at Star Clan. They disagree with you. Bye. And then he left. He left with the clans and nobody found out the truth about Tiger Star. So they went back and then Tiger Star and then what happened? So they went back home and Firestar, I don't know what Firestar did. Maybe there was a scene, I can't remember. But I do remember is that Grey Stripe approached him later and was like, oh, right, Dark Stripe! So they were coming home and there was like a patrol or something. And then they were coming home and they saw Dark Stripe. Wait, this was before. Okay, this was before the gathering. So Dark Stripe poisoned a kit because he was caught. The kit followed him and then saw him talking with Tiger Star. And he wanted to kill the kit so that the kit couldn't, tattletale on him. And then in the end, the kit survived instead of dying. And so they kicked Dark Stripe out of the clan. And then Dark Stripe was at the gathering with Tiger Star. Yeah. So, Dark Stripe's gone. He's with Tiger Star. Tiger Star is trying to make a clan called Tiger. I know! Darkstripe was messed up. Oh, something happened. There was a little Papa Cub that popped, but I didn't get a... I didn't get an info because Mix It Up isn't on. Who just followed? Hi! It must be you! Hi, Ghost! If I forget, then all my other, like, kind of, like, I have several different alerts that kind of, like, domino effect off of each other. So seeing all the, like, little pop cubs dance, I'm like, hold on a second, something's going on, but I didn't get a notification. Thank you! All right, back to the summary. Hope you're having a good day, Ghost. So, yes, Darkstripe's gone. He's with Tiger Star in Tiger Clan. And then Graystripe approaches Firestar and is like, I'm a little bit worried about my kits who are in this weird thing. And maybe we can come bring them back if they want to. And then Firestar was like humming and hawing a bit. But then finally he's like, all right, we'll just go check on them. How about that? And so they go over. And they run into Ravenpaw, who I think... Why did he come? Oh, he came to show give his respects to Bluestar, because Bluestar is dead. And so the three of them came together, and they went into RiverClan to try and see Graystripe's kits, see how they're doing. And they weren't doing very well. They went to the camp, and the camp... No, they were going to the camp, but on the way to the camp, they smelled something really gross, and they saw a big pile of like dead prey, like prey that's been like old and gross, and it was like leaking grossness into the river, which is disgusting. And there was this huge bone pile, like they just piled up a bunch of prey bones. And then Tiger Star was sitting on top. And he was like, sup, guys. And then in the clearing, there was like River Clan cats and Shadow Clan cats. And they were, hanging out. And then they called a meeting. And then... Or he called a meeting and he's like, bring out the prisoners. And then he brought out Graystripe's kits. No, Graystripe's still alive. I mean, Darkstripe's alive. Did I say he died? No, he didn't die. He's with them. So, hi, Peppy! And I'm doing good. Thank you, Ghost. So, what happened then? Yeah, Darkstripe got exiled and then Tiger Star picked him up. And then he made a fool of himself in a second. So, Stonefur and both of Graystripe's kids are prisoners, and Tiger Star was like, they need to be killed because we don't believe in half clan cats in this clan, which doesn't make any sense because we're gonna be joined together all anyways, so it logically makes absolutely no sense. And then he's like, okay, Stonefur, show us your loyalty by killing these two apprentices. And then Stonefur was like, bruh, nah. And then Tiger Star's like, all right, Darkstripe, go kill them. Or go kill him for me to prove your loyalty. And then he was like, oh yeah. And then they fought, and then Darkstripe lost, and it was pretty embarrassing of him because Stonefur was like starving, like he hadn't eaten, he was weak, he'd been beaten, and he still lost to him. It's pretty embarrassing. Alfox, what do you call a place that's fun but competitive and eye-catching but has cotton candy? A circus! I know, Dark lost! And then, because he embarrassed himself, Tiger Star was like, yo, Mudfoot. Me? I'm a cotton candy. I love cotton candy. So we ordered someone else to go kill Stonefur, and then Stonefur died in front of them, and it was really sad. He gurgled on his own blood because his throat was sliced open. And then the kits were gonna, or no, the apprentices were also gonna die, but then he was like, no, we might need them for something. Yeah, bro, that was cringe. Get out of here. Yeah, and Darkstripe tried to beg to, like, kill the apprentices, but Tiger Star was like, no, you think you can beat 2 apprentices when you couldn't even beat 1? Huh. Pathetic. We're doing the summary of what happened the last time I was reading, because a lot happened last time. And so Tiger Star took the prisoners away, and then, welcome back, Juice! And then Firestar and his posse crept over, and they broke the apprentices out, Graystripe's kits, and Mistyfoot, who's still alive, and they went to go escape, and then they got they escaped, but at the same time there were a few, like, they got chased, and then some patrol helped them, and they managed to get out. And so right now, this is where we're at right now. Firestar is coming home with Mistyfoot, Graystripe's kits, and the rest of his patrol, and they're walking through the entrance of the camp. Okay, that's where we are right now. Okay, now we're gonna start. Chapter 18. I'll read a little bit into the last chapter just to, like, you know, get a feel of what's happening. The moon was high and bathing the ravine in a silvery light by the time that Firestar and the others reached the camp. Firestar could hardly believe that everything could be so peaceful here, only a short distance from the blood-stained clearing of the Bone Hill and all the violence unleashed by Tiger Star's ambition. But as he emerged from the gorse tunnel into camp, the illusion of peace was shattered. Whitestorm came hurrying towards him with Brakenfur at his heels. The younger warrior looked distraught. "Thank StarClan you're back, Firestar!" he exclaimed. "It's Twinypaw! She's disappeared!" Chapter 18. "Disappeared?" Firestar echoed in alarm. "What happened?" "We're not sure." Whitestorm was calmer than Brakenfur, but his eyes gave way to his concern. "It was Bramblepaw who first said he couldn't find her. I thought he was making a fuss about nothing, but we searched the camp. She isn't here, and no cat saw her leave." "It's my fault!" Brakenfur broke in. "I'm her mentor!" "It's not your fault," Whitestorm assured him. "I sent you on a hunting patrol. No cat expects you to be in 2 places at once." Brakenfur shook his head despairingly. "Fetch Bramblepaw," Firestar ordered. Thornclaw bounded off into the apprentice's den. While he waited, Firestar sent Ravenpaw and the 3 RiverClan cats to see Cinderpelt. Graystripe went with them to explain what had happened and to assure himself that his kits would be all right. Though the Grey Warrior was cold and drenched from the icy water, all his concern was for his kits, as they crossed the clearing and stuck close to their side like a bulky shadow. "I don't know what to think," meowed Whitestorm when they had gone. "Maybe Twinypaw got some idea into her head and went back off by herself. She could be trapped or injured somewhere." "Or she could be with ShadowClan," Rakenfur interrupted, his fur bristling. "Tiger Star could have stolen her." "But Tiger Star was over on RiverClan territory," Firestar told them quietly. "So were Blackfoot and Darkstripe." He saw Whitestorm's ears twitch in surprise, and he knew he would have to explain everything to his deputy as soon as possible. "He could have sent some other cat to do his dirty work," Cloudtail put in. "Have you scented ShadowClan cats around the camp?" Firestar asked Whitestorm. "Or RiverClan?" The White Warrior shook his head. "No cats but her own, Firestar." "Then it sounds like she left willingly," Firestar meowed. "Perhaps she just felt like hunting by herself for a change." But he couldn't help remembering the incident before he left camp, when Tiny Paw had been furious with Small Ear for comparing her with her father. Firestar wondered if he had misjudged how hurt she had felt. He broke off his thoughts as Bramblepaw came up. Tell me what Tiny Paw did before she disappeared, Firestar ordered. Just the usual apprentice chores. Bramblepaw sounded anxious. His amber eyes were wide and confused. We changed the elders' bedding and brought them fresh kill. I went to get some mouse bile from Cinderpelt to put on the tick on Small Ear's fur. When I came back, Tiny Paw had gone, and I hadn't seen her since. Where have you looked so far? I went back to where we got the moss for the bedding, but she wasn't there, his apprentice replied, and I checked the training hollow. Firestar nodded. Did you ask the elders if they said anything to her? I did, replied Whitestorm, but they couldn't remember anything out of the ordinary. And what about Goldenflower? Firestar went on. Did Tiny Paw say anything to her? Whitestorm shook his head. She was frantic. I sent her with mouse fur to search the tall pines. They aren't back yet. Did you try to track Tiny Paw? Firestar asked. Yes, of course. We tracked her to the top of the ravine, but after that we lost the scent. Firestar hesitated. More than anything, he wanted to believe that there was an easy explanation for Tiny Paw's absence. StarClan forbid he should wish a young cat to be lying injured somewhere, but even that would be preferable to his worst fears, that Tiny Paw had gone willingly to join her father. I'll try again, he decided. It's probably too late, but I'll come with you, Cloudtail offered. Firestar gave him a nod of gratitude. Cloudtail was one of the best trackers in the clan. Okay, he meowed. Sandstorm, Thornclaw, you come too. Firestar led the way out of camp again. Exhaustion dragged his paws. The night was half over, and so far he had not slept. He would have liked nothing better than to settle down in his den with a piece of fresh kill, but he guessed it would be a long time before he could do that. Tawny? Okay, thank you. It was not difficult to pick up Tawny Paw's scent in the ravine, even though it was fading by now. But toward the top, he lost it, as Breakenfur had done. Firestar began to suspect that the young cat had leaped from rock to rock, where her scent would not linger, as to confuse any cat who might try to follow her. Firestar's worst fears flooded back. Had Tawny Paw really been so unhappy in Tiger or ThunderClan that she felt the need to leave? His thoughts were interrupted by a yowl from Cloudtail among the bushes at the top of the ravine. Over here! She went this way! When Firestar bounded up to join him, he could not distinguish the faintest trace of Tawny Paw's scent. He and Cloudtail followed it to the trees, noses to the ground as they focused on the traces of cat among all the stronger, distracting scents of prey. No other cat scent joined Tawny Paw this far at least. She had been alone. Then, at the edge of the clearing, they lost the scent trail again, and not even Cloudtail's sharp nose could pick it up. The cold wind had sprung up, driving clouds across the moon and ruffling the cat's fur, and as Firestar cast back and forth across the clearing in a last effort to find the scent again, a thin, icy rain began to fall. Mouse dung! Cloudtail spat. That just about finishes us. Reluctantly, Firestar agreed, calling Sandstorm and Thornclaw back from their own searches. He meowed. Let's get back. We can't do any more. Sandstorm stood still for a moment, gazing in the direction that the scent trail seemed to lead. It looks as if she was headed for 4 trees. That made sense, Firestar reflected. 4 trees was the obvious place to go if Tawny Paw wanted to meet with a cat from another clan, or to cross into another clan's territory. Every hair on his pelt prickled with dread. He couldn't persuade himself any longer that Tawny Paw had just wandered off to hunt, and he could see from the troubled looks from his warriors that they shared his growing conviction. Tawny Paw had gone to Shadow Clan. The patrol returned to camp. When the patrol returned to camp, Breakenfur and Bramblepaw were still anxiously waiting in the clearing. They had been joined by Tawny Paw's mother, Goldenflower, and Mousefur. All 4 cats looked bedraggled and despairingly in the rain that was falling more heavily now. Well? Goldenflower asked as Firestar came up to her. What did you find? Well, Golden Flower asked. Hi! Not a thing, Firestar meowed quietly. We don't know where she is. Then why aren't you still out there looking? Golden Flower's voice was sharp. Firestar shook his head. There's nothing more we can do in the dark and the rain. She could be anywhere. You don't care, do you? Golden Flower's meow rose, high-pitched with anger. You think she left deliberately. You never trusted her. Firestar struggled to answer, knowing that her accusation was half true. But Golden Flower did not wait. Instead, she spun around and disappeared beneath the branches of the warrior's den. Wait! Firestar called, but she ignored him. She doesn't know what she's saying, Sandstorm meowed sympathetically. I'll go and calm her down. She slipped into the den behind Golden Flower. Tired and discouraged, Firestar turned to Bramblepaw, expecting a similar accusation from him. But his apprentice was standing quietly, and the look in his amber eyes was unreadable. It's okay, Firestar, he meowed. I know you did all you could. Thank you. Head down and tail drooping, he made his way back to the apprentice's den. Firestar watched him go. Exhaustion flooded over him. It seemed like several moons ago since Graystripe had first suggested going to RiverClan to see his kits. A chilly gray dawn was beginning to seep into the sky, and Firestar desperately needed to rest. But there was one more duty to perform first. He had to visit Cinderpelt and make sure the RiverClan cats would recover from their ordeal. As he padded across the clearing to the medicine cat's den, Firestar felt all his doubts about his leadership welling up again. One warrior banished and gone to join his enemy, and willing to kill to prove his new loyalties. One apprentice vanished, and the whole forest caught up in terror and hatred that Firestar saw no way to combat. The vision of himself wearing the mane of Lion Clan that he had seen in the stream seemed a long ways away. If StarClan had really destined him for greatness, Firestar couldn't help wondering if they had chosen the wrong cat. Standing up on the high rock, Firestar watched as his clan emerged from their dens. It was the morning after his expedition to RiverClan, and he had called the meeting to tell his warriors exactly what had happened and to explain the presence of the 3 RiverClan cats. Mistyfoot and the 2 apprentices were sitting at the base of the high rock with Graystripe and Cinderpelt. Firestar was pleased to see that they already looked stronger, as if their energy was coming back after a good meal and with Cinderpelt's care. Ravenpaw had left at dawn, his injured ears swathed in cobweb, and a gleam in his eye as he recalled the battle on the stepping stones. Amazing how my old training came back to me, he meowed to Firestar. I hadn't forgotten the fighting moves. You did brilliantly, Firestar purred. You're a real friend to ThunderClan. Now that Tigerstar is rising in power, I think ThunderClan needs all the more friends it can get, the loner meowed seriously. Ravenpaw had spent a few moments by Bluestar's grave and then set out for the farm near Highstones. Firestar wondered if he would need to call on Ravenpaw for help again. Tigerstar's enemies would have to unite to drive him out of the forest. Yet Firestar knew that the final confrontation must be his alone. He waited until all the clan cats had settled themselves around the high rock, and then began to speak. You've all heard by now that Graystripe, Ravenpaw, and I went over to RiverClan territory last night. He described the Bone Hill and the rotting prey strewn around the clearing, and how Tigerstar had whipped up the hatred of his warriors against half-clans, cats whose parents came from 2 different clans. Firestar's voice shook as he described the murder of Stonefur, and the cats below him shuddered and flattened themselves against the ground in sympathy and terror. Dustpelt growled. Why aren't we attacking ShadowClan right now, then, for revenge? Because it's not as simple as that, Firestar replied. ThunderClan alone can't take on ShadowClan and RiverClan combined, and expect to win. We can have a good try, retorted Cloudtail, springing to his paws. But where would we attack? Asked Firestar. There'll be warriors from both clans in RiverClan camp, and I don't expect Tigerstar has left the ShadowClan camp unguarded. I feel just the same way as you, he went on. I don't like what Tigerstar is doing, and I'm afraid of what he might do in the future. I'd like to know what StarClan wants us to do too, but so far I've had no word from them. Cinderpelt, have you spoken to them? The medicine cat glanced up at them. No, not yet. With an angry flick of his ears, Cloudtail sat down again, and Brightheart rubbed against his shoulder to calm him down. In the brief pause, Firestar wondered if it was true to say that he had received no messages from StarClan. There had been the vision of himself in the stream, wearing the glory of Lion Clan. He thought about Bluestar's prophecy that 4 will become 2, Lion and Tiger will join in battle. Suddenly understanding dawned on Firestar like a ray of sunlight striking through the branches. 4 clans would become 2. Did that mean that Tiger or ThunderClan must join with WindClan? We're still here, Firestar! Duskpelt's voice disturbed his thoughts. Firestar startled. Sorry, he meowed. I've called upon you here to welcome the 3 River Clan cats we rescued. You all know Mistyfoot and Featherpaw and Stormpaw, Graystripe's kits. I think we should offer them a place in ThunderClan until it's safe for them to go home. Murmurs broke out around the clearing as he made the suggestion. Most cats agreed with him, Firestar could see, but a few of them looked uncertain. Longtail was the first to voice his doubts. This is all very well, Firestar, and I'm sorry for what they've been through. But if they stay here, what are they going to eat? It's the middle of Leaf Bear. We've got our work cut out for feeding ourselves. I'll hunt for them. Graystripe sprung up to face the clan. I can feed all 3 of them, and more of the clan as well. We're not helpless, you know, added Mistyfoot. Give us a day or 2 to get stronger, and we'll hunt for ourselves, and you as well. Mousefur got up and spoke directly to Firestar. It's not a question of who's gonna hunt. This is a harder Leaf Bear than usual after the fire. We're all hungry. We'll all need the strength we can get if we're gonna have to fight this Tiger Clan. I say they should go home. Sandstorm leaped to her paws before Firestar could speak. They can't go home, she pointed out. Weren't you listening? They'll be murdered if they do, like Stonefur. Do you want it to be known that ThunderClan sent cats to their death? Breakenfur added. Mousefur looked down at her paws, anger making her fur bristle. It's worth mentioning, Whitestar meowed calmly, that all these cats are half ThunderClan. They have a right to ask us for shelter. From his vantage point on top of the high rock, Firestar saw a ripple of shock pass through the cats as they turned to look at Mistyfoot, standing like a living shadow of their former leader. Remembering the hostility some of them shown when Mistyfoot and Stonefur had shared tongues with the dead Bluestar, Firestar realized that Whitestorm was taking quite a risk in reminding them. But this time there was no hostility. Even Mousefur and Longtail stayed silent. The story of what had happened beside the Bone Hill had swung the sympathy of the clan over to the River Clan cats. The warriors relaxed, their shock subsiding, and there were a few murmurs of agreement with what Whitestorm had said. Firestar looked down at the River Clan cats, where they sat at the base of the rock, with Graystripe and Cinderpelts. Welcome to ThunderClan, he meowed. Mistyfoot bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, Firestar. We won't forget this. It was the right thing to do, Firestar meowed. I just hope you'll feel completely better soon. They'll be fine, Firestar, meowed Cinderpelt. All they need is good food and a warm place to sleep. Yeah, there was no bedding in that horrible hole, Featherpaw fretted, her eyes wide and troubled. You don't need to think about that anymore, Mistyfoot promised with a comforting lick. Just concentrate on getting stronger again. As soon as you're fit, we'll have to get on with your training. Firestar remembered that Mistyfoot was Featherpaw's mentor. Wondering about the difficulties of training an apprentice was unfamiliar territory when Graystripe broke in on his thoughts. Stonefur was Stormpaw's mentor, so he'll need a new one now. Is it okay if I mentor him myself? Good idea, Firestar meowed, and was rewarded by the glow of pride and pleasure in Graystripe's eyes as he looked at his son. We'll hold the ceremony right away. But he wasn't sure that it was necessary, given that Stormpaw wasn't truly a member of ThunderClan, but there was something inside him that longed to make contact with StarClan through the old familiar rituals. Leaping down from the high rock, he beckoned to Stormpaw with his tail. Stormpaw came to stand in front of him, still shaky on his paws, but holding his head high. Stormpaw, you have already begun your apprenticeship. Firestar began. Stonefur was a noble mentor, and ThunderClan grieves for him. Now, you must continue to learn your skills of a warrior under a new mentor. Turning to Graystripe, he went on. Graystripe, you will continue Stormpaw's training. You have borne suffering with a warrior spirit, and I expect you to pass on what you have learned to this apprentice. Graystripe nodded solemnly, then padded over to his son to touch noses with him. Firestar caught breaking for his eyes. The young Tom was obviously pleased that his old mentor had a new apprentice. Firestar brought the meeting to an end and descended from the high rock. Glancing around, he spotted Sandstorm not far away. Sandstorm, I want to ask you a favor. The ginger she-cat looked up at him. What is it? It's about Mistyfoot. She'll have trouble mentoring Featherpaw properly here. She doesn't know where the training places are, or the dangers, or the best places for prey. Firestar hesitated, not sure if what he was suggesting was a good idea. Not long ago, he had chosen Breakenfur to mentor Twinypaw, and Sandstorm had been deeply offended that he had passed over her. She might as well take offense to this new idea. Go on, mewed Sandstorm. I wanted to ask you if you'd help Mistyfoot with Featherpaw's training. I can't think of any cat who would be better. Sandstorm gave him a long, measured look. You think you can get around me with a bit of flattery, do you? I don't. Sandstorm let out a purr of laughter. Well, maybe you can. Of course I'll help her, you stupid furball. I'll have a word with her now. Relief washed over Firestar. Thank you, Sandstorm. A loud wailing interrupted him. The cats still in the clearing were staring at the entrance from the gorse tunnel. Firestar could not see what had alarmed them, but he caught the tang of blood on the air and an unfamiliar cat scent. Thrusting his way through those warriors, Firestar reached the entrance. Limping out of the tunnel was a cat that was almost wounded beyond recognition. Blood dripped from a long gash in his flank. His fur was matted with sand and dust, and one eye was closed. Then Firestar made out the molten dark pelt under the dirt and managed to distinguish the scent of WindClan. The newcomer was Mudclaw, barely able to stand from pain and exhaustion. Mudclaw! Firestar exclaimed. What happened? Mudclaw staggered towards him. You've got to help us, Firestar, he rasped. TigerClan is attacking our camp. Uh-oh. Whoa! Hold on, I know I missed a lot of messages while I was talking. They gotta go find Tiny, Twiny, Tawny. Tawny, Twiny. I don't know why I like saying Tawny. Tawny, Twany, Twiny, Tawny, Tawny. Tawny. Regular whole milk. Also, hi, Gibbon. Like the monkey. Tortoise. I love the word tortoise. Also, hi, Drilla. Think. Ape. Monkey ape. Boy. Ape. Okay, chapter 19. Firestar leaped up the slope leading to WindClan territory from 4 trees. Behind him streamed a patrol of his warriors, Graystripe, Breakenfur, Sandstorm, Cloudtail, and Dustpaw with his apprentice, Ashpaw. Firestar had not dared bring more cats to WindClan's aid. He had left Whitestorm in charge of the ThunderClan camp, with every other warrior on watch, in case Tigerstar planned to attack them as well. His paws skimmed the springy moorland turf as his legs drove him towards the WindClan camp. A cold wind flattened his fur, carrying the distant scent of ShadowClan. Although Firestar knew it was still too far away, he imagined he could hear the screeches of battle as Tigerstar's warriors fell on the unsuspected WindClan. We'll be too late, panted Graystripe at his shoulder. How long did it take Mudclaw to reach us, wounded like that? Firestar did not waste breath in replying. He knew Graystripe was right. This was not the first time that ThunderClan had raced to help WindClan against an alliance of ShadowClan and RiverClan, but that time they had been given more warning, and they had managed to drive the attacking warriors away. Now, by the time they reached the WindClan camp, the battle could be over, and yet Firestar knew that they had to try. The warrior code, his own friendships within WindClan, and the urgency of joining together to resist TigerClan all forced him to lead to his warriors to rescue as quickly as he could. As they drew nearer, the scent of ShadowClan was joined by a trace of RiverClan, mingling in a new scent that Firestar realized was the distinctive odor of TigerClan. They were near enough that he expected to hear the yowls of frightened cats, and the silence gripped his heart like cold claws. The battle must be over. Firestar slowed his pace as he went, and his patrol climbed the last slope towards the camp, his belly filling with dread at the thought of what they might find. Firestar slipped quietly up to the ridge where he could look down upon the camp. There was a strong scent of WindClan in the air, along with the tang of blood and fear. A single eerie wail broke the silence as Firestar breasted the rise and saw what Tigerstar had done. The hollow where the WindClan cats had their camp was lined with gorse bushes. A few yellow flowers still showed on the spiny branches. Beyond the center of the camp, Firestar could see cats huddled together, scarcely moving. As he watched, a tortoiseshell crane raised her head and let out another chilling wail. "Morning flower!" Firestar exclaimed. Flicking his tail for his warriors to follow him, he raced down through the bushes and into the camp. Bursting out into the open, he was confronted by the WindClan leader, Tallstar. The black and white Tom's fur was torn and covered in dust, and his long tail drooped with exhaustion. "Firestar," his voice was rough with pain. "I knew he would come." "Not soon enough. I'm sorry." The WindClan leader shook his head helplessly. "You did your best." He turned towards the cats who crouched on the floor of the clearing, too shocked or injured to move. "You can see what Tigerstar has done." "Tell us what happened," urged Graystripe. Tallstar twisted his ears. "You can see. Tigerstar and his warriors crept up on us. We had no warning, and in any case there were too many of us to fight." Firestar padded forward, feeling his stomach turn over. None of the WindClan warriors had escaped without wounds. Deadfoot, the WindClan deputy, was lying very still with blood trickling from a gash on his flank. Next to him lay Running Brook, a she-cat whose pale gray fur was hanging off her shoulder in clumps. Their eyes stared at nothing, as if they couldn't believe what had happened. Firestar could scarcely believe it either. This had been a completely unprovoked attack. There had been no warnings in the last gathering. Tigerstar had gained no extra territory for his clan. The purpose of this attack had been nothing more than to bring fear to the WindClan cats. "Hey, Firestar!" A weak voice made Firestar turn to see his old friend, One Whisker. The brown tabby warrior was lying on his side with deep wounds to his throat and shoulder. Barkface, the WindClan medicine cat, was pressing cobwebs to them, but the blood still oozed out sluggishly. "One Whisker," Firestar trailed off, not knowing what to say. One Whisker's eyes were bright with pain. "It's not as bad as it looks," he grunted. "You should have seen the other cat." "I wish we'd come in time," Firestar meowed. "I wish you had too. Look over there." One Whisker turned his head, and Barkface snapped. "Keep still!" Firestar followed the injured warrior's gaze. Morning Flower, the tortoiseshell queen who had been wailing aloud, was crouched over the motionless body of another cat. A small body, with torn ginger and white fur. "No." Firestar's throat closed, so he had to choke out the words. "Not Gorsepaw." "Tigerstar killed him." One Whisker's voice was tight with rage. "He pinned him down in the center of the clearing, with his warriors around him, so none of us could get close enough to stop him. He said he was going to kill him to show the rest of us what we could expect if we refused to join him." Firestar closed his eyes, unable to bear the blood-stained scene in front of him. Yet all he could see was an image of the massive leader of TigerClan, paws holding down the helpless apprentice while he challenged the WindClan warriors. A shiver ran through him. He thought back to the time that he and Graystripe had traveled to WindClan and bring them home after ShadowClan had driven them out. Firestar had carried Gorse's paw when a tiny kit back across the thunder path. All of that was wasted now, thanks to Tigerstar. Firestar could not help wondering if Tigerstar had deliberately chosen Gorsepaw because he knew Firestar's bond with the young apprentice. Opening his eyes, Firestar left one whisker and padded softly over to Morningflower, touching her shoulder with his nose to draw her attention. She looked up, her beautiful eyes dulled with grief. "Firestar," she whispered, I didn't ever think you'd save my son for this. What has StarClan done to us?" Firestar crouched down beside Morningflower, pressing himself against her side to comfort her, and touched his nose to Gorsepaw's fur. "He was growing into a fine warrior," he murmured. The sound of another cat roused him. He looked up to see Graystripe. His friend bowed his head too, and touched Gorsepaw's fur, mewing a few words of comfort to Morningflower. Firestar, what do you want us to do?" he asked, raising his head again. "We can't just leave him like this." With a last gentle lick of Morningflower's ear, Firestar stood up and moved away with his friend. "Take 2 or 3 cats on a patrol," he ordered. 1 or 2 of WindClan, too, if any of them are fit. They'll know their boundaries better than us. Check to make sure that there are no Tiger Clan warriors still lurking around. If you find any, you know what to do. Chase them off or kill them if you have to. And bring back as much fresh kill as you can. WindClan needs to eat, and they're not capable of hunting for themselves. "Right," meowed Graystripe. He called Sandstorm, Cloudtail, and Dustpelt, and checked with Tallstar for permission to patrol in his territory. Tallstar agreed gratefully, and ordered Webfoot, who had escaped with torn fur and scratches, to go with them and show them the best places for prey. "We need to talk." "Oh, we need to talk," the WindClan leader mewed to Firestar as he watched the patrol leave. "Tigerstar left a message for you." Firestar pricked his ears. A message? "He wants both of us to meet him tomorrow at 4 Trees at sun high," Tallstar replied. "He says he's tired of waiting. He wants our decision whether we'll join Tiger Clan or not. He's shown us what he'll do if we refuse." He flicked his tail towards the wounded warriors and the limp body of the dead apprentice, all his grief contained in the simple gesture. Firestar met his gaze, and the 2 leaders shared a long look of understanding. "I'd rather die than join Tigerstar's clan," Firestar declared at last. "So would I," agreed Tallstar. "I'm glad to hear you say that. Bluestar was right about you all along. Many cats thought you were too young and inexperienced when she made you her deputy, but you're showing your quality now. The Force needs cats like you." "Silver, please." Awesome, thank you, Gibbons! Let's see. Where was I? Also, hi, Tara! Thank you for all the hearts in the chat. We love them. Firestar bowed his head, humbled by the unexpected praise. "So, we'll meet tomorrow at 4 Trees," he meowed. Tallstar nodded gravely. "Take my advice, Firestar, and bring some of your warriors with you. When we refuse to join Tigerstar, I don't imagine he'll let us walk away without a fight." Firestar felt chilled to the tip of his tail. He could see that the older cat was right. "Then if we have to, we'll fight together?" "Together," Tallstar promised. "Our clans will join together like a lion to fight the tiger who prowls our forest." Firestar stared at him in amazement. Tallstar could not know of Bluestar's prophecy, nor of Firestar's vision by the stream, and yet he had echoed the words of the prophecy. 4 will become 2. Lion and tiger will join in battle. Had StarClan spoken to him as well? Firestar knew that the WindClan leader would not say. What passed between a clan leader and the spirits of their warrior ancestors was for no other cat. But this echo reminded Firestar that they were leaders together, with the power of 2 mighty clans behind them. Gazing steadily at the noble black and white cat, Firestar meowed, "I swear by StarClan that my clan will be friends of yours, to fight this evil side by side." "I swear it too," Telstar replied sullenly. Firestar raised his head, tasting the air, which still carried a faint trace of the raiding cats. He knew that this vow would run through their blood like cold fire until Tigerstar had been driven out of the forest, or until they lost their 9 lives trying. Bruh. You finished your first run? Congrats! Chapter 20. Ooh, ramen! Oh, I was gonna have some today. I had some yesterday. It was very delicious. The sun had begun to set over the river, turning the water to a moving sheet of flame and sending a comforting warmth through Firestar's fur. He stood on top of the shunning rocks, looking out over RiverClan territory. I wonder what tomorrow will bring, he murmured. Beside him, Sandstorm shook her head, not replying in words but pressing her warm flank close to him. After the return from the devastated WindClan camp, Firestar had asked the pale ginger warrior to patrol with him. He had felt the need to get away from the rest of his clan for a while to prepare himself for the meeting with Tigerstar. Yet he had not wanted to be completely alone, and Sandstorm's presence comforted him. They had skirted Snake Rocks and followed the Thunder Path up to the border with ShadowClan to renew the scent markers as far as 4 trees. Finally, they returned along the RiverClan border. There was no sign of TigerClan intruders. The borders were secure, and yet Firestar knew that if they had to fight TigerClan, the battle would be about so much more than borders. It would be the climax of his conflict with Tigerstar, which had lasted almost since he had first set paw in the forest. But Firestar lingered on the rocks, savoring the comfort of being alone with Sandstorm. Tigerstar is determined to make himself ruler of the whole forest, he meowed. We must expect a battle. And ThunderClan will bear the worst of it, meowed Sandstorm. How many warriors can WindClan offer us after today? Her voice was troubled, but Firestar knew that, with or without WindClan, every clan in ThunderClan would fight beside him bravely. The fiery light was dying. Firestar turned his gaze across to his beloved forest. A single star glittered in the violet sky. Is that you, Blue Star? Firestar asked silently. Are you still watching over us? Fervently, he hoped that his former leader was still protecting his clan, or the clan that she loved. If they survived the next day's meeting with Tigerstar and managed to stay free from his quest for absolute power, it would be because StarClan knew that the forest needed 4 clans. Everything was still and silent. There was no breeze to ruffle the cat's fur, no sound of prey scuffling among the rocks. Firestar felt as if the whole forest were holding its breath, waiting for the coming dawn. I love you, Sandstorm, he murmured, pressing his muzzle against her side. Sandstorm turned her head to meet his gaze, her green eyes glowing. I love you too, she replied, and I know that you'll bring us through tomorrow, whatever happens. Firestar wished he could share her conviction, but he let himself be soothed by her trust in him. We need to go and rest, he mewed. The chill of the night was gathering by the time they reached the ravine. Frost already sparkled on the grass and the surface of the rocks. As Firestar emerged from the gorse tunnel, a white shape loomed out of the darkness. I was starting to worry about you, Whitestar meowed. I thought you might have run into trouble. No, we're fine, Firestar replied. There isn't even a mouse stirring out there. Pity. We could use a few. Whitestorm gave Firestar a quick report on the patrols that he had sent out, and the watch he had set out on camp. You should get some sleep, he finished. I'm good. It's going to be a tough day tomorrow. I will, Firestar agreed. Thanks, Whitestorm. The White Warrior faded into the darkness again. I'm going to check on the sentries, he meowed as he retreated. You couldn't have chosen a better deputy, Sandstorm commented when he was out of earshot. I know. I don't know what I'd do without him. Sandstorm looked at Firestar, sadness and wisdom in her green eyes. You might find out tomorrow, she meowed, or any of the others. If Tigerstar makes us fight, cats are gonna die, Firestar. I know. But he had not truly thought about what that would mean until now. Some of the sleeping cats around him, the friends he loved, the warriors he trusted, would be lost. Win or lose, some of the cats Firestar led out to battle would not come back, and they would die because he had ordered them to fight. A pang of grief shook him, so deep and painful that he almost wailed aloud. I know, he repeated, but what can I do? Go on. Sandstorm's voice was soft. You're our leader, Firestar. You have to do your duty, and you will do it brilliantly. Humbled, Firestar found nothing to say, and after a moment, Sandstorm pressed her muzzle against his. I'd better go get some sleep, she murmured. No, wait. Firestar found that he could not face the prospect of that solitary den underneath the high rock, full of shadows. I don't want to be alone tonight. Come and share my den with me. The ginger she-cat dipped her head. All right, if you want me to. Firestar gave her ear a quick lick and led the way across the clearing. Even though the curtain of lichen over the entrance to the den had still not grown back after the fire, the den lay deep in shadow. More by scent than sight, Firestar realized that one of the apprentices had left fresh kill for him, and he remembered how hungry he was. The prey was a rabbit. He and Sandstorm crouched side by side to share it, swallowing with quick, famished gulps. I needed that, Sandstorm purred, extended her front paws and arching her back in a long, luxurious stretch. Then she yawned. I could sleep for a moon. Firestar arranged his mossy bedding to make a sleeping pace for her, and she curled up and closed her eyes. Good night, Firestar, she murmured. Firestar touched his nose to her fur. Good night. Soon, her soft, regular breathing told him she was asleep. For all his weariness, Firestar did not feel ready to curl up beside her. Instead, he sat, watching while the moon rose and spilled pale light through the entrance to the den, touching Sandstorm's fur to silver. She was so beautiful, Firestar thought, so precious to him. And yet she too might die tomorrow. This is what it means to be a leader, he realized. He did not know that if he could endure the pain of it, even though he knew that when dawn came, he would take up the burden StarClan had laid on him. Please, StarClan, help me bear it well, he thought as he settled himself into the moss beside Sandstorm. He took comfort from the warmth of her fur as he let sleep claim him at last. Simp! Chapter 21. Firestar woke to see the den floor washed in pale light of sunrise. Beside him, Sandstorm still slept, the moss stirred by her breathing. Careful not to wake her, Firestar rose, stretched, and padded out into the chilly morning. The clearing was deserted, and almost at once Whitestorm appeared from the warrior's den. I've sent out the dawn patrol, he reported, breaking fur, mouse fur, and gray stripe. I told them to do a quick sweep of the ShadowClan border and report back to us. Good, meowed Firestar. It would just be like Tigerstar to arrange a meeting at Four Trees and then mount a raid somewhere else. That's why I'm leaving you in charge of the camp, with as many warriors as I can spare. Take all the strength you need, Whitestorm meowed. We'll be fine. Young Brightheart is shaping up to be a really useful fighter ever since you started training with Cloudtail, and the elders can still raise a few claws if they're pushed. They'll be pushed before all this is over, Firestar predicted. Thanks, Whitestorm. I know I can rely on you. The White Warrior nodded and disappeared into the den again. Firestar watched him go, then padded across the clearing to the fern tunnel that led to Cinderpelt's den. When he reached the medicine cat's den, he could hear her voice coming from the crack in the rock. Juniper berries, golden leaves, poppy seeds. Looking inside, Firestar saw the small gray she-cat checking the heaps of healing herbs and berries ranged alongside the wall of the den. Hi, Cinderpelt, he mewed. Everything in order? The medicine cat turned to him with a grave look in her blue eyes. As much as it'll ever be. You think there will definitely be a battle? Firestar asked her. Has StarClan spoken to you? Cinderpelt came to join him at the mouth of the den. No, not a word, she replied. But common sense says there'll be a battle, Firestar. I don't need an omen from StarClan to tell me that. She was right. Firestar knew, and yet her words chilled him. With such a momentous meeting ahead, why had there been no sign from StarClan? Had their warrior ancestors abandoned them in their time of greatest need? Too late, Firestar wondered if he should have traveled to Highstones to share tongues with StarClan. Do you know why StarClan are silent? He asked Cinderpelt out loud. The medicine cat shook her head. But I do know something, she meowed, as if she had read his thoughts. StarClan haven't forgotten us. They decreed long ago that there should be 4 clans in the forest, and they won't stand by and let Tigerstar change that forever. As Firestar thanked her and turned away to muster his warriors, he wished he shared her faith. Alright, guys. A stiff breeze was blowing as Firestar led his warriors up the slope to 4 trees, rippling the grass and carrying the scent of many cats. Each gust brought a string of rain from great clouds that pushed each other across the sky. At the top of the slope, Firestar paused, crouching in the shelter of the bushes to look down into the clearing. Almost at once, Cloudtail appeared at his side. "What are we standing about?" he demanded. "Let's get on with it." "Not until I know what's going on," Firestar told him. "For all we know, we could be walking into an ambush." Facing his warriors, he raised his voice so that they could all hear him. "You all know why we're here," he began. "Tigerstar wants us to join his clan, and he won't take no for an answer. I'd like to believe we can get out of this without a fight, but I can't be sure." As he finished speaking, Cloudtail flicked Firestar on the shoulder with his tail and then pointed to the other side of the hollow. Turning, Firestar saw Tallstar approaching from WindClan territory, followed by his warriors. "Good, WindClan are here," he mewed. "Let's go meet them." Firestar led the way along the lip of the hollow until he came face to face with the long-tailed black and white Tom. The WindClan leader dipped his head in greeting. "Well met, Firestar. This is a black day for the forest." "It is indeed," Firestar agreed, "but our clans will stand for what is right by the warrior code, whatever happens." Firestar was surprised to see how many had come with Tallstar. Remembering the wounded and devastated cats in the WindClan camp the day before, he had expected only a small group to come to 4 trees. Instead, practically every warrior must have been there. They still showed the scars of the raid on their camp, but their eyes were bright and determined. Firestar recognized his friend One Whisker, a long wheel showing red along one flank, and Morning Flower, her eyes cold with longing to avenge the death of her son. Tigerstar might have a nasty Tigerstar might have a nasty shock, Firestar reflected, to see how many of the WindClan warriors were still ready to fight against him. Taking a deep breath, he meowed. "Let's go." Tallstar dipped his head. "Lead on, Firestar." Startled at being given such an honor by the older and more experienced leader, Firestar waved his tail to signal the 2 united clans. Lion Clan, he thought with a rush of pride. This was his destiny. He stalked down the slope through the bushes, all his senses alert for attack, but he heard nothing except for the rustle of his own warriors following him. The scent of Tiger Clan was still some way off. As Firestar led his cats into the clearing beneath the great trees, the bushes on the opposite side parted and Tigerstar stepped out to face him. Blackfoot, Darkstripe, and Leopardstar flanked him like vengeful shadows. The massive Tabby's eyes gleamed as he spotted Firestar, and the young ThunderClan leader realized that this war was personal for him too. Tigerstar wanted nothing more than to sink his claws and teeth into Firestar's pelt and rip him to pieces. Instead of making Firestar afraid, the knowledge exhilarated him. "Let him try," he thought. "Greetings, Tigerstar," he meowed coolly. "You came, then. Not still looking for those prisoners you lost from RiverClan territory?" Tigerstar let out a snarl. "You'll regret that day's work, Firestar." "Try and make me," Firestar retorted. The TigerClan leader did not reply, but waited as more of his followers appeared from the bushes. They were a formidable group, Firestar realized, though some of them bore wounds and claw marks from the raid on WindClan the previous day. His heart began to thump painfully as he realized that the battle he had feared for so long might be unleashed at any moment. Tigerstar took a pace forward, his head raised challengingly. "Have you thought about my offer? I'm giving you the choice. Join me now and accept my leadership, or be destroyed." Firestar exchanged a single glance with Tallstar. There was no need for words. They had already decided what their response must be. Firestar spoke for them both. "We reject your offer. The force was never meant to be ruled by one clan, especially not one led by a dishonorable murderer."
But it will be. Tiger Star's voice was soft. He didn't even try to defend himself against Firestar's accusation. With you or without you, Firestar, it will be. By sunset today, the time of the 4 clans will be over. The answer is still no, Firestar meowed. ThunderClan will never submit. Nor will WindClan, added Tallstar. Then your courage is matched only by your stupidity, growled Tigerstar. He paused, his gaze raking the warriors of WindClan and ThunderClan. Firestar heard snarls from TigerClan warriors behind their leader and forced himself not to flinch away from their glittering eyes and bristling fur. For a few heartbeats, not a cat moved, and Firestar braced himself for Tigerstar's order to attack. Then he heard a choking sound behind him, and a single word gasped out, "Tawnypaw!" Bramblepaw was staring rigid at Firestar's shoulder, staring into the ranks of their enemies. Following his gaze, Firestar spotted the young she-cat standing close beside Oakfur, a ShadowClan warrior. "What is she doing there?" That was Breakenfur, thrusting himself forward to stand at Firestar's other side. "Did Tigerstar steal her?" "Steal her?" There was a purr in Tigerstar's voice. "Not at all. Tawnypaw came to us willingly." Firestar didn't know whether to believe him or not. Tawnypaw was looking down at the ground as if she didn't want to meet the eyes of her brother and her former mentor. He had to admit that she did not look like a prisoner. Instead, she just looked uncomfortable at being the center of attention. "Tawnypaw!" Bramblepaw called out. "What are you doing? You're a ThunderClan cat. Come back to us." Firestar winced at the pain in the young cat's voice. He remembered the agony of losing Graystripe when his friend chose to leave and join RiverClan. Tawnypaw said nothing. "No, Bramblepaw," Tigerstar meowed. "You come to us. Your sister made the right choice. TigerClan will rule over the whole forest, and you can share our power." Firestar saw Bramblepaw's muscles tense. At last, after all the doubts and suspicion Firestar had felt about him, the young cat was faced with a simple choice. Would he follow his father, or stay loyal to his clan? "What do you say?" Tigerstar prompted. "ThunderClan is finished. There is nothing for you there." "Join you," Bramblepaw growled. He paused, swallowing as he fought to control his anger. When he spoke again, his words rang out clearly so that every cat in the clearing could hear him. "Join you," he repeated. "After everything you've done, I'd rather die." A murmur of approval broke out among the ThunderClan cats. Tigerstar's amber eyes smoldered with rage. "Are you sure?" he hissed. "I won't make the offer twice. Join me now, or you will die." "Then at least I'll go to StarClan as a loyal ThunderClan cat," Bramblepaw retorted, his head high. Firestar felt pride thrilling through him from nose to tail tip. There could be no greater challenge to Tigerstar's power than for his own son to reject him in favor of the clan his father despised. "Fool!" Tigerstar spat. "Stay, then, and die with these other fools." Firestar braced himself as he waited for his enemy to launch the attack, convinced that the battle was upon them. Instead, to his surprise, Blackfoot raised his tail in a signal. The bushes on the opposite slope rustled, and Firestar's eyes widened in shock as more cats emerged into the clearing. He had never seen any of them before. They were skinny, their fur ragged, but he sensed strength in their wiry limbs. The stench of crow food and the thunderpath rolled off of them. These were no forest cats. The warriors of ThunderClan and WindClan stared in disbelief as more and more of the strangers padded into the clearing. They fanned out into a semicircle around TigerClan, row after row of them, more cats than Firestar could remember seeing all together in the forest, even at a gathering. "Well," Tigerstar demanded silkily, "are you still sure you want to stand and fight?" Bruh. He's got an army on his side.
Hi, Cordy.
Chapter 22. Dismay kept Firestar's paws rooted to the ground as he watched the newcomers approach. He noticed that some of them were wearing collars. "Collars?" Ashpaw spat behind him, echoing his thoughts. The apprentice's voice was sharp with disgust. Look at them! They're kitty pets! We won't have trouble beating them. Keep quiet, his mentor, Dustpelt, warned quietly. Until we have the full measure of our enemy, we don't know anything about these cats yet. Firestar remained silent until all the strange cats had moved into the clearing and gathered around Tiger Clan. A huge black and white Tom stepped out of their ranks and went to stand beside Tiger Star. Firestar presumed this was the leader of the newcomers. He was almost as big as Tiger Star himself, and he was muscular and battle-scarred. Even though they were collars, Firestar knew these cats were far from being pampered kitty pets. Behind the black and white warrior appeared a much smaller black cat, who stalked light-footed through the grass to stand on Tiger Star's other side. Firestar could not imagine who he was. He looked more like a medicine cat than a warrior. Firestar could feel every hair on his pelt tingling, and the air tasted thick, as if a storm were about to break. So, Tiger Star, he meowed, forcing his voice to remain steady. Do you want to tell us who your new friends are? This is Blood Clan, Tiger Star announced. They come from the Two-Leg Place. I have brought them to the forest to persuade your foolish cats to join me. I knew you wouldn't have the sense to agree on your own. A hiss of outrage rippled through ThunderClan and WindClan. Firestar heard Thornclaw whisper, Remember those rogue cats we sent it the day I was made warrior? I bet they came from BloodClan. It could well be right, Firestar thought. A patrol of these rogues from Two-Leg Place, checking out the forest to see what Tiger Star had to offer them. And what exactly had he offered them? To share the forest and return for their help in battle? You see, Firestar? Tiger Star's voice was excellent. I am more powerful than StarClan, for I have changed the clans in the forest from 4 to 2. Tiger Clan and Blood Clan will rule together. Firestar stared at his enemy in alarm. There was no possibility of reasoning with Tiger Star now. His hunger for power had twisted him so that in his mind his own huge figure dominated everything, blotting out even the lights of StarClan. No, Tiger Star, he answered quietly. If you want to fight, let us fight. StarClan will show us who is more powerful. You mouse-brained fool, Tiger Star spat. I was prepared to come here and talk with you today. Just remember that it was you who drove us to this, and when your clanmates are dying around you, they will blame you with their last breath. He swung around to face the massive cats raged behind him. Blood Clan, attack! Not a cat moved. Tiger Star's amber eyes widened, and he screeched, Attack! I order you! Still, none of the warriors moved, except for the small black cat who took a pace forward. He glanced towards Firestar. I am Scrooge, the leader of Blood Clan. He meowed, his voice cold and quiet. Tiger Star, my warriors are not yours to command. They will attack when I tell them, and not before. The look Tiger Star gave him was incredulous and glittered with all the hatred he had ever shown to Firestar, as if he couldn't believe that this scrap of a cat was defying him. Firestar seized his opportunity. He paced forward until he stood right in front of the two leaders. Behind him, he heard Graystripe hiss, Firestar, be careful! But this was no time to be careful. The very future of the forest was at stake, balanced on the breadth of a hair between Tiger Star's bloodthirsty quest for power and the whims of the unknown Blood Clan. Now Firestar could see that the collar Scrooge wore around his neck was studded with teeth. The teeth of dogs and cats' teeth, too. Great Star Clan! Did they kill their own kind and wear their teeth as trophies? The other cats were wearing similar grisly ornaments. Firestar's belly clenched and his mind reeled with a vision of blood flowing from the sides of the hollow, washing around the cat's paws in a sticky, reeking tide. His terror was not just for himself and his own clan, but for every cat in the forest, friends and enemies alike. Would blood truly rule the forest, as Bluestar had prophesied? Had she meant that Blood Clan would rule? Firestar shot a scorching glance at Tiger Star, wanting to express all the hatred he felt for the cat who had brought them to this. But Firestar knew that he had to hold on to his self-control if he were to make any impression on the Blood Clan cats. Dipping his head towards their leader, he meowed clearly so that all the cats could hear him. "Greetings, Scrooge. I am Firestar, leader of ThunderClan. I wish I could say that you are welcome in the forest, but you would not believe me if I did, and I have no wish to lie to you. Unlike your supposed ally here, I am Cat of Honor." He flicked his tail towards Tigerstar, trying to make all the contempt he felt into a single gesture. "If you've believed any of promises he made to you, you're mistaken." Tigerstar told me he had enemies in the forest. There was all the cold of Leaf Bear in the black cat's voice. When Firestar looked him in the eyes, it was like gazing into the deep places of night, unrelieved by the smallest gleam of the light of StarClan. "Why should I believe you instead of him?" Firestar took a breath. This was the chance he had wanted all along, the chance he had missed at last gathering, when the thunder and lightning had interrupted the meeting. At last he could stand in front of all the clans in the forest and bring Tigerstar's dreadful history into the open. But now it was not just a matter of tarnishing Tigerstar's reputation, but of saving the whole forest from destruction. "Cats of all clans," Firestar began, "and especially cats of Blood Clan, you have no need to believe or disbelieve me. Tigerstar's crimes speak for themselves. When he was still a warrior of ThunderClan, he murdered our deputy, Redtail, hoping to be made deputy himself. First Lionheart was chosen as deputy, but when that noble warrior died in a fight with ShadowClan, Tigerstar achieved his ambition at last." He paused. A grim silence gripped the whole clearing, broken only by a contemptuous rumble from Tigerstar. "You away, little kitty pet. It won't change anything." Firestar ignored him. "Being deputy wasn't enough," he went on. "Tigerstar wanted to be leader of the clan. He set a trap for Bluestar by the Thunder Path, but my own apprentice strayed into it instead. That's how Cinderpelt came by her crippled leg." A shocked murmur swept across the clearing. Except for Blood Clan, they all knew Cinderpelt, and she was popular even with cats of other clans. Then Tigerstar conspired with Broken Tail, a former leader of ShadowClan, who was ThunderClan's prisoner, Firestar told the listening cats. He brought a pack of rogues into ThunderClan camp and tried to murder Bluestar with his own claws. I stopped him, and when ThunderClan had beaten off the attack, we drove him into exile. As a rogue, he slaughtered yet another of our warriors, Running Wing. Then, before we knew what he was up to, he had made himself the leader of ShadowClan. "Hi, Valley!" Firestar paused and looked around him. He was not sure how Blood Clan and their leader Scrooge were taking all this, but he could see that he had the horrified attention of every other cat in the clearing. He steadied himself, wanting to be sure they had heard the last, most dreadful part of the story. But Tigerstar still wanted revenge on ThunderClan. 3 moons ago, a pack of dogs got loose in the forest. Tigerstar caught prey for them, then laid a trail of dead rabbits between the dogs' lair and the ThunderClan camp to lead them to us. He murdered one of our queens, Brindle-Faced, and left her near the camp to give the dogs a taste for cat blood. If we hadn't found out in time to escape, the whole of ThunderClan would have been torn to pieces." "Good riddance," Tigerstar growled. "As it was," Firestar forced himself to go on, "our leader, Bluestar, died the bravest death of any cat, saving me and her clan from the pack. He expected yowls of outrage, but only silence greeted him as the story came to an end. The eyes of every cat were fixed on him, stunned with shock." Firestar glanced at Leopardstar, still standing with Blackfoot and Darkstripe, a little way behind Tigerstar. The RiverClan cat looked horrified. For a few heartbeats, Firestar hoped that she might immediately break her agreement with Tigerstar and withdraw her clan from his leadership, but she remained silent. "This is Tigerstar's history," Firestar mewed urgently, turning back to Scrooge. "It all shows one thing, that he'll do anything for power. If he promised you a share of the forest, don't believe him. He won't give up one paw print, not for you or any cat." Scrooge's eyes narrowed. Firestar could see that he was thinking carefully about what he had heard. He hoped and hope flared inside him like a tiny flame. Tigerstar told me what he was planning to do with the dogs when he visited me 2 moons ago. The black cat turned his head so that his gaze rested on the leader of ShadowClan. He did not tell me that his plan failed. None of that matters now, Tigerstar broke in roughly. We have an agreement with you, Scrooge. Fight beside me now and you'll have all I offered you. My clan and I will fight when I choose, Scrooge meowed. To Firestar, he added, I will think about what you have said. There will be no battle today. Tigerstar's fur bristled with rage and his tail lashed from side to side. His muscles bunched as he dropped into a crouch. Traitor! He screeched and leaped at Scrooge with claws extended. Watching in horror, Firestar expected to see the smaller cat torn apart. He knew from bitter experience the strength in Tigerstar's muscles, but Scrooge whipped to one side, avoiding Tigerstar as he landed. When the massive tabby turned to face him, Scrooge lashed out with his front paws. The pale leaf-bare sun glinted unnaturally at the tips of each talon. Firestar felt his blood run cold. Scrooge's claws were reinforced with long, sharpened dog teeth. One blow to his shoulder unbalanced Tigerstar. He fell onto his side, exposing his belly, and Scrooge's vicious claws sank down into his throat. Blood welled out as the smaller cat ripped him down to the tail with a single slash. A desperate scream of fury erupted from Tigerstar, then broke off with a ghastly choking sound. His body convulsed, limbs jerking and tail flailing. For a heartbeat, a stillness settled over him, and Firestar knew he was falling into the trance of a leader who loses a life. To wake a little while, restored to strength, and with the rest of his lives intact. But not even StarClan could heal this terrible wound. Scrooge stood back and watched coldly as Tigerstar's body convulsed again. The dark red blood kept flowing, spreading across the ground in a ceaseless tide. Tigerstar let out another shriek. Firestar wanted to cover his ears so he didn't have to listen anymore, but he was frozen to the spot. Again, the massive tabby's body grew still for a heartbeat. But again, the wound was too terrible to yield the healing trance. Another spasm seized Tigerstar's body. His claws tore up clumps of grass in his agony, while his screeches turned from fury to terror. He's dying 9 times, Firestar realized. Oh, StarClan, no. It was a death he would not have wished on any cat, not even Tigerstar, and he thought it would never be over. When they saw what was happening to their leader, they had believed to be invincible, horrified yowling came from the warriors of TigerClan. Firestar realized that they were all breaking rank. Several cats pushed roughly past in their mad haste to flee from the clearing. From somewhere behind him, he heard Tallstar call out to his warriors, "Wait! Hold the line!" Firestar knew he did not have to give his own warriors the same order. They would stand with him to the end. Tigerstar was panting now, his fight for life exhausting him. Firestar caught a glimpse of his amber eyes, glazed with pain and fear and hatred. Then his body gave one last jerk, and he lay still. Tigerstar was dead. Frozen in disbelief, Firestar stared down at the lifeless body. His oldest enemy, the most dangerous cat in the forest, the cat he had expected to fight to the death. Gone. Just like that. Firestar was left facing Scrooge. The small black cat looked unmoved. Now Firestar knew not to underestimate him due to size. He knew he had never faced a cat more dangerous than this, who in a single blow could destroy a leader with 9 lives. Behind Scrooge, the cats of BloodClan moved forward as if they were about to attack, and Firestar shot a glance at his own warriors to make sure they were ready. They stood in line with the warriors of WindClan, and Firestar braced himself to leap forward with them. But when he looked back at the enemy, Scrooge raised one blood-soaked paw. The cats behind him stopped. You see what happens to cats who defy BloodClan, the black cat warned calmly. Your friend here. He gave a contemptuous flick of his tail towards Tigerstar's motionless body. Thought he could control us. He was wrong. We don't want to control you, Firestar rasped. All we want is to lead our lives in peace. We're sorry that Tiger Star brought you here with lies. Please feel free to hunt before you go home. Go home? Scrooge widened his eyes in scornful disbelief. We're not going anywhere, forest fool. The town where we came from, there are many, many cats, and live prey is scarce. Here in the forest, we don't need to depend on two-leg rubbish for our food. His gaze slid past Firestar to where ThunderClan and Windcan stood ready for battle. We are taking over this territory now, he went on. I shall rule the forest as well as the town, but I understand that you may need some time to reflect on this. You have 3 days to leave, or meet my clan in battle. I shall wait for your decision at dawn on the 4th day. Chapter 23. Oof, he got put into his place immediately. Tiger Star is dead, bruh. Opinion on Iowa. I've never been to Iowa. It has a funny little name. That's what I think. Scrooge saying forest fools seems like a slur in the case of the bookstore. Firestar? Yeah, Firestar! What happened? Well, Blue Star died, and he became the leader. You have the world's largest truck stop, the world's largest frying pan, and more pigs than humans. I love piggies! Unless you made police, then I don't. So Tiger Star's dead. I don't. Okay, then I love them! I'm done! I support you very much. Thank you. Cleaning pig teeth? Don't you have piggies, Cat? Or do you only have chickens? I can't remember. Okay, Mint. So, after all that, Tiger Star's dead. And he dies in 2 pages. Crazy, huh? And it wasn't even Firestar that did it. Chicken! Nom, 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 nom. Hi again! Hi again, Valley! You poked in on my my Warrior Cat reading streams that happen every Wednesday. I don't know if you're still here, but I'm sorry I couldn't reply to you immediately. He died. I'm so confused. Yeah, Tiger Star dead. My family in Mexico has some big boys, and they let me open up their mouths and pull out the hairs stuck in between their teeth. Why do they have hairs between their teeth? Do they let you brush their teeth? Terrorizes all the clans for years, dies in 2 pages. Not even really saying anything about him. True. Rip Bozo! They groom each other. Aww! That's so cute! They're sharing tongues like in Warrior Cats. How cute. I love corn! I love corn! But only corn on the cob. I'm not really a fan of not corn on the cob corn. Unless it's freshly cobbed off the corn. Then I really like it. They lay on their sides and I slap their belly. I want to slap a piggy's belly. Reminds me of when horses have their hooves cleaned. By the way, guys, we're 40 pages away from the end. "40 pages! Not for me, they're for breeding, weirdly enough. They're for giving kisses. They're for giving kisses! 40 pages to the end, guys. Both sides of my family have owned a farm. Wow! A corn farm? There's near where I live, there's a farmlands, and they have corn. And whenever it's corn season, we drive out there and we buy fresh corn that was picked day of, and then we eat it day of, and it is the most delicious thing in the entire world. Oh. Their babies get big. Stop on the last word for 15 minutes and just read. No! That would be so mean. Could you imagine if I stopped reading like a paragraph before the end of the book? Oh my god, that would be too mean. I couldn't do that, Gibbons. Mostly because I think I might cry. I'm having a little chocolate, right? A little nibble. A little nibble of chocolate. It's very delicious. Speaking of, the chocolates I'm eating are called truffle pigs. Welcome back, Mint. I have another dose of caffeine because I can. Oh my gosh, so the last few days I've been drinking coffee. Like I've been drinking 2 cups of coffee. And for some reason this coffee that I've gotten, it's like really hitting like the caffeine. And I was so jittery yesterday. This time I only ate 1 cup of coffee. Drink. No, we didn't! We're 40 pages away. I just paused for a minute to eat some chocolate and talk about piggies and corn. Now we'll continue. She ate the coffee grounds. I ate the coffee grounds. What is the coffee? It's just like espresso coffee. Friend's house is falling apart by leaky pipes. No! That's so sad. Warm coffee makes me sleepy. Cold coffee makes me awake. Me too! Me too! Why is that? I never figured that out. If I want to stay awake, I specifically buy iced coffee. And I don't know why. Like, why does that happen? Is there like some chemical reaction for caffeine and coldness? Maybe that's why energy drinks work. Coffee doesn't really work on me. Everybody who says coffee doesn't work on them has ADHD right now. That's my diagnosis. We all have ADHD, guys. We bond over the warmth of coffee and pass out at the table. Your followers! Don't eat those! Tried when I was 6 and I didn't like it. You were 6! Gibbons, you were 6! Of course you're not gonna like it! Coffee def works on me. Oh, you're free. Well, the thing is, I've drank a large mug of it and waited for a while for something to happen and I passed out. Yeah. That's what happens to me, too. Unless I drink enough, fast enough, and then I get, like, wired. But, like, not good wired, like completely shaky and anxiety spiked if I drink too much too fast. Like, then it works, but, like, at what cost? Everything. All right, let's continue, guys. Where you can smell the colors. Firestar stared, speechless with shock, as Scrooge turned away and disappeared through the lines of his own warriors. Silently, the cats of Blood Clan fell in behind him and vanished into the bushes with scarcely a rustle. Firestar tracked their departure through the movement of branches up the side of the hollow, and then they were gone. Firestar looked down at the body of Tigerstar. The huge, Tabby's legs were splayed and his teeth bared in a last snarl in defiance at death. The amber eyes that had smoldered with savage ambition were blank and sightless. Faced with the death of his enemy, Firestar knew he should feel triumphant. He had known for a long time now that the only hope for peace in the forest was the death of Tigerstar. But Firestar had always expected that he would be the cat that struck his enemy down, risking his own life in combat with the massive warrior. Instead, now that Tigerstar lay at his paws, staining them with his blood, he fought himself struggling with the strangest feeling of all. grief. Tigerstar had received from StarClan all the strength, skills, and intelligence to make him truly a legend among cats, but he had misused his gifts, murdered and lied and plotted revenge until his ambition brought him to this terrible end. And nothing had been solved. The fate of every clan still hung in the balance, and the tide of blood still flowed. "We need your strength, Tigerstar," Firestar whispered. "Just as we need every cat who can fight to drive Blood Clan out of the forest." He began aware that another cat was standing beside him, and he turned his head to see Graystripe. The rest of ThunderClan cats were still drawn up in their battle lines as the far side of the clearing, with Tallstar and WindClan warriors beside them. "Firestar!" Graystripe's yellow eyes were huge with fear. Are you okay?" Firestar shook himself. "I will be. Don't worry, Graystripe. Come on, I need to talk to Tallstar." As they turned away, Graystripe glanced down at the dead ShadowClan leader and a shudder passed through him. "I never want to see anything like that again," he meowed hoarsely. "If we don't get rid of Scrooge, you probably will," Firestar replied. Where the heck was I? He paced slowly back towards the WindClan leader, using the time it took to cross the clearing to think. When he stood in front of Tallstar, he saw his own shock reflected in the eyes of the older cat. I can't believe what I've just seen," said the WindClan leader. "Nine Lives gone. Just like that." Firestar nodded. "No cat would blame you if you took your clan and left the forest to find another place to live." He did not doubt Tallstar's courage, but felt unable to assume that he would stay to fight such a terrible enemy. Tallstar stiffened and his neck fur bristled. WindClan was driven from this forest once," he hissed. "Never again. Our territory is ours and we'll fight for it. Is ThunderClan with us?" Even before Firestar replied, he heard a murmur from his own cats. Defiance and determination mingled together. "We'll fight," he promised, "and we'll be proud to stand side by side with WindClan." The two leaders looked at into each other's eyes for a few heartbeats. Firestar could see that Tallstar shared the fear neither of them had spoken, that their resolve to fight the invading cats could mean the destruction of both their clans. "We'll go now to prepare ourselves," Tallstar meowed at last, "and we'll meet you here again in 3 days. At dawn." "At dawn," Firestar echoed, "and may StarClan be with all of us." He watched the WindClan cats retreat up the slope towards their territory before he turned to his own warriors. They looked subdued, eyes wide with apprehension, yet Firestar knew that none of them would flinch from the coming battle. They followed him to the 4 trees, expecting to fight, and even though their enemies were more terrible than any cat could have imagined, they would still defy them to keep the forest that they loved. "I'm proud of you all," Firestar mewed quietly. "If any cats can drive out Blood Clan, you can." Sandstorm patted over to him and pressed her muzzle against his shoulder. "With you to lead us, we will do anything," she promised. For a moment, Firestar felt too overwhelmed to speak. Far from lifting his spirits, his warrior's expectations weighed on him heavily. "Let's go back to camp," he managed to meow at last. "We've got a lot to do. Graystripe, Cloudtail, scout ahead. I wouldn't put it past Scrooge to lay an ambush for us." The 2 warriors bounded away in the direction of the ThunderClan camp. A few moments later, Firestar led the rest of his cats after them, putting Dustpelt at the rear to keep watch. As they headed swiftly through the forest, Firestar thought he could feel Scrooge's cold, malignant eyes following their paw steps. Once before, when the dog pack was loose, Firestar had felt like prey in the forest, and now his enemy had a face all the more terrible of being one of his own kind.
"Hi, Cody!"
But if BloodClan leader was watching him, he gave no sign of it, and the ThunderClan warriors reached the ravine unchallenged. Firestar noticed that Bramblepaw had begun to lag behind, his tail on the ground. "What's wrong?" he asked gently. Bramblepole raised his eyes to look to his mentor, and Firestar was shocked to see the depths of sick horror in his gaze.
I thought I hated my father, he mewed quietly. I didn't want to join his clan, but I didn't want him to die like that.
I know. Firestar pressed his muzzle against the young cat's side, but it's over now. You're free of him. Bramblepole turned his head away.
I don't think I'll ever be free of him, he murmured. Even now that he's dead, no cat will forget that I'm his son. And what about Tawny Paw?
His voice choked.
How could she choose to follow him?
I don't know. Firestar understood how much pain Tawny Paw's betrayal must have caused her brother. But if we come through this, I promise that we'll find a way of talking to her.
Does that mean you'll let her come back to ThunderClan?
I can't be sure of anything, Firestar admitted. We don't even know if she wants to come back. But I'll give her a fair hearing and do the best I can for her.
Thank you, Firestar.
Bramblepaw's voice was tired and defeated.
I suppose there's more than she deserves.
He dipped his head to his mentor and padded on toward the gorse tunnel. Firestar gazed down from the high rock as the cats of ThunderClan emerged from their dens and gathered below. He could see from their horror-struck expressions that the news of BloodClan's threat and Tigerstar's terrible death had already spread through the camp. He knew that it was his duty to give them hope and courage, but he did not know if he could, when he had so little for himself. The sun was going down, and the rock cast a long shadow across the sandy floor of the clearing. The scarlet rays of the dying sun made it too easy for Firestar to imagine the camp was already washed in blood. He wondered if it wasn't a sign from StarClan that all his friends, all his warriors, would be destroyed. After all, the warrior ancestors had shown no sign of anger when Scrooge had ripped Tigerstar's 9 lives out of him, and that all his life's blood run into the sacred ground at 4 Trees. No, Firestar told himself. To think like that was to despair and do nothing. He had to go on believing that BloodClan could be defeated. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. Cats of ThunderClan, you have heard of the threat that faces us. BloodClan have come from Two-Leg Place and laid claim on the forest. They want us to run away and let them take over without a fight. But 3 days from now, we will stand together with WindClan and make BloodClan fight for every mouse length of forest. In the clearing below, Cloudtail leaped to his paws and yowled in agreement. Several cats echoed him, but Firestar could see that some glanced doubtfully at one another, as if they were not so sure they had the chance of surviving against BloodClan and their fearsome leader.
What about RiverClan and ShadowClan? Asked Whitestorm. Will they fight? And if they do, which side will they be on?
That's a good question, Firestar replied, and I don't know the answer. That the TigerClan warriors ran away when Tigerstar died.
Then we need to know where they went.
Whitestorm meowed.
I could slip over into RiverClan territory to see,
suggested Mistyfoot, getting up from where she sat at the base of the rock.
I know all the best places to hide.
No, Firestar ordered. You're in more danger over there than any cat. We don't know if TigerClan are still persecuting half-clan cats, and I don't want to lose you. ThunderClan needs you.
For a moment, Mistyfoot looked like she would have liked to argue, but she dipped her head and sat down again as Whitestorm meowed.
We can find out most of what we need from border patrols.
Firestar nodded. That's your job, Whitestorm. I want extra patrols along the ShadowClan and RiverClan borders. Their main task is to find out what the other clans are doing, but they can keep their eyes open for BloodClan as well. If Scrooge decides to attack before the 3 days are up, I don't want us to be caught napping. Whitestorm flicked his tail in agreement.
Consider it done.
Firestar could see that his deputy's calm efficiency had encouraged the rest of the clan, and went on quickly before their fears could return. Next, every cat in the clan must be prepared to fight.
Even the kits?
That was Sorokit, springing eagerly to her paws.
Can we be in the battle? Can we be apprentices?
In spite of the danger they were in, Firestar suppressed a purr of amusement. No, you're too young to be apprentices, he told Sorokit gently, and I can't take you into battle. But if BloodClan win, they'll come here, and you'll need to be able to defend yourselves. Sandstorm, will you be responsible for training the kits? I will, Firestar. Sandstorm's green eyes flashed with approval at Sorrelkit and her litter mates, Sootkit and Rainkit, who had scrambled up to stand beside their sister. They'll be able to give Blood Clan a nasty surprise by the time I've finished them.
What about Brightheart? Cloudtail called. Her fighting moves are coming along well. I want to fight in the battle.
Brightheart mewed determinedly. Can I, Firestar? Firestar hesitated. Brightheart was stronger now, and she had been training hard with Cloudtail. I'll think about it, he promised. Are you ready for an assessment? Brightheart nodded. Any time, Firestar.
We'll fight with you too,
Mistyfoot put in from where she sat at the base of the rocks. Featherpaw and Stormpaw, sitting beside her, straightened up and looked determined. We're all strong enough, thanks to you. Good. And for the rest of you, Firestar's gaze swept across the clearing. Warriors, apprentices, and elders, you have 3 days to prep. Graystripe, will you supervise a training program? His friend's eyes lit up and his ears prickled. No problem, Firestar. Get a couple of the others to help you, and rotate the training session so Whitestorm has enough cats for his patrols and for hunting. Glancing around, he spotted the medicine cat sitting near the fern tunnel that led to her den. Cinderpelt, are you ready to look after the wounded? Privately, Firestar knew that there was no need to ask. He had never known Cinderpelt not to be ready, but he knew it would reassure the other cats to hear her say so out loud. The look Cinderpelt gave him showed that she understood.
Everything's prepared, she replied, but there'll be a lot to do once the fighting starts. If you could let me have an apprentice to help, that would be great.
Of course. Firestar wondered which apprentice to choose. His gaze rested on Fernpaw, and he remembered her gentleness and sensitivity to the other cat's injuries. You can have Fernpaw, he announced, and saw Dustpelt flash him a relieved look. Fernpaw, if that's okay with you. Dustpelt is so in love with her. The gray she-cat dipped her head in assent. For a moment, Firestar wondered if he had forgotten anything, but he couldn't think of what else to do to prepare for what lay ahead. Gazing down at his clan, the shapes began to melt into the twilight. He took a deep breath. Now, eat well and get a good night's sleep, he ordered. Tomorrow we'll begin, and in 3 days we'll be ready to show Scrooge and his clan that our forest will never be theirs for the taking.
Ooh, I've got chills!
Corey, you're silly.
Kids ready to throw paws. They're ready to throw their little pawsies and clawsies.
I'm so hyped right now. I'm all giddy, guys. I'm all giddy. 30 more pages. Chapter 24. It's all come together. All 5 books before this brought us to this point. When Firestar emerged from his den the following morning, the camp was already full of activity. Mousefur was leaving at the head of the patrol. Sandstorm was rounding up Willowpelt's 3 kits, who bounced around her in wild excitement as she herded them towards the gorse tunnel on their way to the training hollow. Mistyfoot and the 2 River Clan apprentices followed them. Rakenfur passed them at the entrance to the camp, a piece of fresh kill in his jaws.
Oh, I forgot to... I saw that you read that. You wrote that, Gibbons.
Yeah, that sucks. That happens a lot in families.
And it's awful. I'm sorry that you have to go through that, Gibbons. A friend of mine had to go through that too.
Where you have to, like, sit silently for your own safety. I hope that you're safe. Firestar spotted Whitestorm with Bramblepaw and Ashpaw beside the thorn wall that surrounded the camp and padded across to join them. The White Warrior came to meet him. I'm getting these 2 to inspect the defenses and patch any gaps, he meowed. If Bloodken gets this far, he stopped, his blue eyes worried. Good idea. Firestar suppressed a shiver at the thought of BloodClan breaking into camp. He turned sharply at the sight of movement in the gorse tunnel. and flashed a glance of astonishment at Whitestorm. As Ravenpaw appeared, followed by Barley, the black and white loner had never been to ThunderClan camp before. Leaving his deputy to finish instructing the apprentices, Firestar padded towards them. Ravenpaw hurried forward confidently, but Barley lagged behind, glancing wearily around, as if he wasn't sure of a welcome. "We have to talk to you," Ravenpaw blurted out. "Last night we met one Whisker on the border of his territory, and he told us about Scrooge and BloodClan." The raven-colored fur on his shoulder bristled. "We want to help. More importantly, Barley has some information for you." Firestar dipped his head in greeting. "It's good to see you both," he meowed, "and we're grateful for any help we can get. Perhaps you'll better come to my den." Barley relaxed at Firestar's friendly greeting, and the two loners followed Firestar to the hollow beneath the high rock. Early morning sunshine slanted through the entrance and into the peaceful den. Firestar could almost forget the threat from Scrooge and his bloodthirsty followers, but the serious expression on his visitors reminded him all too clearly of the shadow over the future of the forest. "What is it?" he prompted, once the two loners were settled. Ravenpaw was gazing around him with almost awestruck look. Firestar guessed he was remembering Bluestar, and maybe wondering at how the apprentice who had trained with him had come to take the former leader's place. Barley, however, looked uneasy, crouching with his paws tucked under him as he began to speak. "I was born in Two-Leg Place," he began quietly. "I know too much about Scrooge and his warriors. I suppose you could say I was once a member of BloodClan." Firestar's interest quickened. "Come on." "First thing I remember is playing with my littermates on a patch of waste ground," Barley explained. "Mother taught us to hunt and find food among two-leg rubbish. Later on, she showed us how to defend ourselves." "Your mother mentored you?" Firestar asked, surprised. "All of you?" Barley nodded. "BloodClan doesn't have a proper system of mentors and apprentices. It's not a clan at all in the way you forest cats understand it. Most cats listen to Scrooge because he's the strongest and the most vicious. And Bone is kind of a deputy, insofar as he carries out Scrooge's dirty work." "Bone?" Firestar asked. "Is that the big black and white cat? He was there at Fort Trees." "That sounds like him, yes." The loner's voice was filled with disgust. "He's almost as bad as Scrooge. Any cats who don't do as they're told are chased off, if they're lucky, or more likely killed." Firestar stared at him. "But what about caring for kits and elders?" Barley shrugged. "A she-cat's mate will probably hunt for her while she's nursing her kits," he mewed. "Even Scrooge realizes if there's no kits, sooner or later there's no clan. But elders, or cats who are sick or injured, well, they're left to fend for themselves. It's kill or be killed, hunters starve. There's no room for weakness." Firestar felt every hair on his pelt bristle at the thought of a clan that did not care for cats who were in need, where cats who had given good service were allowed to die if they could not care for themselves. "Then why does any cat follow Scrooge?" he burst out. "Some of them enjoy killing." Barley's tone was cold, and his eyes were bleak, staring at something Firestar could not see. "And others are too scared to do anything else. You can't lead your own life in Two-Leg Place if you're not a kitty pet with a two-leg nest to go to. Either you're with Scrooge or you're against him. And cats who are against him don't last long." Ravenpaw shifted closer to his friend and pressed his muzzle comforting against his flank. "They're in love." "That's why Barley left," he meowed. "Tell Firestar about it, Barley." "There's nothing much to tell." Barley flinched, shrinking from some dark memory. "Couldn't bear what Scrooge was doing, so one night I slipped away. I was terrified that Scrooge or his warriors would catch me, but I reached the edge of Two-Leg Place and crossed the Thunderpath. I scented cats in the forest, but at the time I thought they would be just like Scrooge and his lot, so I kept away from them. And I finally came to the farm, where it seemed I could live unchallenged. The Two-Legs leave me in peace. They have no use for their mice." He fell silent while Firestar thought rapidly. Barley's words confirmed what he had already known, that Scrooge was a violent and dangerous enemy. "Scrooge must have weaknesses," he meowed to Barley. "There must be a way of defeating him." Barley met his eyes and turned towards Firestar. His one great strength is his one great weakness, he replied. Scrooge and his warriors don't believe in StarClan. Firestar wondered what he meant. Cloudtail had no belief in StarClan, but he was still a loyal ThunderClan cat. What was Barley trying to tell him? BloodClan has no medicine cat, Barley went on. I've already told you, they don't care for the sick. And if they don't believe in StarClan, there aren't any signs that they could interpret. Then they don't follow the warrior code. That had been a stupid question, Firestar realized as soon as the words were out. Everything Barley had told him, everything he had seen for himself of the way Scrooge and his cats behaved, confirmed that. And you're telling me that's a weakness? All it means is they can do as they like, with no code of honor to stop them. That's true, Barley admitted. But think, Firestar. Without the warrior code, you might be just as bloodthirsty as Scrooge. You might even be better at fighting him. But without the belief in StarClan, what are you then? He met Firestar's eyes steadily. Firestar's head reeled. After what Barley had told him, he dreaded BloodClan even more, and yet somewhere in his mind there was a faint spark of hope that if StarClan were trying to tell him something that he couldn't understand, or not yet. Thank you, Barley, he meowed. I'll think about what you've told me, and I won't forget that you tried to help us. That's not all we'll do. Ravenpaw rose to his paws. One Whisker told us that you're meeting Scrooge in battle in 3 days. 2 days now. When you do, we'll both like to be there. Firestar stared at him, mouth open. But you're loners, he began. It's not your quarrel. Come on, Firestar, Barley mewed. Scrooge and his gang take over the forest. How long do you think we would last? It wouldn't take them a quarter moon to find our barn and all the plump mice. We'd have the chance of getting out or being killed. We'd rather fight for our friends, Ravenpaw added quietly. Thank you. Firestar felt humbled by the depth of loyalty the two loners were showing him. All the clans will honor you. Barley snorted. I don't know about that. All I want is a quiet life, but I won't get it until BloodClan is dealt with. None of us will. Firestar's ears twitched in agreement. There's no hope for any of us while Scrooge is in the forest. Firestar had said goodbye to Ravenpaw and Barley and was headed for the Sandy Hollow to check up on the training program when he spotted Longtail and Frostfur leaping down the ravine. Firestar paused and waited for them. Any news? Longtail nodded. We've been along the ShadowClan border as far as the 4 trees, he reported. There's a reek of BloodClan coming from ShadowClan territory. Get the foul stink in your nose even from across the Thunderpath. They must be hiding over there, Frostfur added. That makes sense, Firestar mewed thoughtfully. But where has ShadowClan gone? I was coming to that. Longtail's eyes were wide with excitement. We picked up their scent at 4 trees, the scent of many cats traveling in the same direction. I believe they crossed into RiverClan territory. So they went to their allies in RiverClan, Firestar mused. He wondered what sort of welcome they would get. Would Leopardstar try to regain her authority now that Tigerstar was dead? Firestar shrugged. He had problems enough of his own without worrying about Leopardstar's. Thanks, Longtail, he meowed. We needed to know that. Go and get something to eat. With a nod of acknowledgement, Longtail led the way into the gorse tunnel with Frostfur close behind him. Firestar stood watching them go, and when the tip of Frostfur's tail had vanished, he went on to watch his cat's training. Greystripe was standing on jutting slabs of rock looking over the apprentices. He pricked his ears in greeting as Firestar came to join him. How's it going? Gonna be better, Greystripe replied. If Scrooge could see us, he'd bolt straight back to Two-Leg Place with his tail between his legs. The Grey Warrior was wearing a look of stubborn determination that Firestar remembered from the days of his forbidden relationship with Silverstream. Briefly, he wished that he could tell Greystripe about seeing Silverstream in his dream at the Moonstone, but it wouldn't help his friend's grief. The beautiful she-cat was still dead, and Firestar hoped it would be a long time before Greystripe joined her in the ranks of StarClan. At any rate, Greystripe went on, we're the best fighting force this forest has ever seen. His eyes widened as his gaze fell on a mock fight between Bramblepaw and Thornclaw. Hang on a minute, I need to give Bramblepaw a tip about his claw in action. He leaped down from the rock and bounded across the hollow, leaving Firestar to look around. Closest to him, Speckletail and Small-Ear were stalking around each other, waiting for a chance to spring. Sandstorm was instructing Willowpelt's 3 kits on the other side of the hollow. Firestar patted down to watch as he heard her meowing. Okay, I'm a Blood Clan warrior, and I've just broken into your camp. What are you gonna... Her last word became a screech as Sorrelkit pounced a bit down on her tail. Sandstorm spun around, one forepaw raised with claws sheathed, but before she could bat Sorrelkit away, Sootkit and Rainkit jumped up from behind. The Ginger She-Cat vanished under a withering mass of kits. By the time Firestar reached her, she was struggling free of them, her green eyes alight with laughter. Well done, she meowed. If I really was from Blood Clan, I'd be running scared by now. Turning to Firestar, she added, Hi there. Did you see these 3? In a few moons, they'll make great warriors. I'm sure they will, Firestar mewed. You're doing very well, he praised them, and no cat could teach you better than Sandstorm.
I want Sandstorm to be my mentor when I'm an apprentice, Sorrelkit meowed. Can't she, Firestar? No, I want her.
Sootkit protested. Rainkit added,
No, I do.
Shaking her head, Sandstorm let out a meow of laughter. Firestar will decide who your mentors will be, she told the kits. Now let him see you practice those defensive moves. Firestar watched while the kits scuffled together, pretending to attack and defend themselves. Even though they were excited, they managed to remember what Sandstorm had taught them, dodging expertly or dashing in to give their mock attacker a quick nip. They're good, Sandstorm commented quietly, especially that little Sorrelkit. With a sidelong glance at Firestar, she added, If you asked me to mentor her, I wouldn't say no. Just between you and me, she's yours when the time comes, Firestar promised, blinking gently at her. Even though he and Sandstorm, the kits, and all the clan were standing on the brink of disaster, Firestar could not suppress a burst of pride and hope. Pressing his muzzle against Sandstorm's side, he murmured, We'll win the battle. I have to believe that. Sandstorm didn't reply in words, but the look she gave him said everything. Leaving her to go on with her lesson, Firestar crossed the hollow to the far side, where Cloudtail and Brightheart were training with Ashpaw and Dustpelt. Brightheart had just bowled Dustpelt over. He got up, spitting out sand, and meowed, I never saw that coming! Show me again! Brightheart dropped into a crouch, but relaxed a moment later when she saw Firestar. Cloudtail patted over to him, his tail held high. Did you see that? He asked proudly. Brightheart fights really well now. Carry on, Firestar prompted her. This looks interesting. Brightheart flashed him a nervous look from her one good eye, and then turned back to concentrate. Dustpelt was trying to creep up on her blind side, but she weaved back and forth, keeping him in view the whole time. When he sprang, she slipped under... Oh my god, I look empty without my side bangs. And my bows! That's what's missing! My bows! I got so distracted. When he sprang, she slipped under his outstretched paws and hit his back legs to roll him onto the ground again. I can see why you're called Dustpelt, Cloudtail joked as the brown warrior got up again, shaking his fur. Well done, Brightheart, Firestar called. He twitched his ears to draw Cloudtail a little ways away. I hoped you'd be here, he meowed quietly. I'm going to see Princess, and I thought you might want to come too. Cloudtail's ears pricked. Are you going to warn her? Yes, with Blood Clan on the prowl, she should know of the danger. I know she doesn't often go into the forest, but even so, I'll be right with you, Cloudtail meowed, patting back for a word with Brightheart. A moment later, the 2 cats were headed for Tall Pines. Firestar calling goodbye to Greystripe as they left the hollow. The pale sunlight of Leaf Bear fell on the ash that still remained from the fire. The few plants that had returned were dry and shriveled, and there was neither sound nor scent of prey. This Leaf Bear would have been hard enough, Firestar reflected, without the extra trouble from Blood Clan. When they reached the 2-legged nest where Princess lived, Firestar was relieved to see the pretty tabby she-cat sitting on the garden fence. She let out a trill of welcome as he raced across the open ground at the edge of the forest and leaped up to the fence beside her. Cloudtail followed him in a couple of heartbeats. Fireheart, Princess exclaimed, pressing her muzzle against his flank. And Cloudtail, it's so good to see you both. Are you well? Yes, we're fine, Firestar replied. He's clan leader now. Oh, sorry, I gave him the gray stripe accent. He's clan leader now, Cloudtail put in. You have to call him Firestar. Clan leader, that's wonderful. Princess let out a deep, delighted purr. You know what? Okay, sorry. Princess just reminds me of, like, a family member or, like, a friend that has no idea what's going on in your life. Like say you're, like, a VTuber, right? And then your mom or your sister doesn't really know what you're doing. And you're like, oh, Mom, I just started streaming. And then she's like, oh, good for you. How's that going for you? And then you're like, it's really good. I really like it. And then she's like, oh, that's so cool. Tell me more about it later. And then she... and then you go back later and it's like, Mom, guess what? I just debuted. I had so many people watching me. And then she's like, oh my gosh, that's so wonderful. So cool. I'm so proud of you. By the way, your younger cousin is interested in the anime that you're watching. Maybe you could introduce them to the VTubing thing you're doing. And then you like mentor your like younger cousin. You've been over 1 hour. And then all of a sudden you're like Iron Mouse. That's actually what Iron Mouse said that her parents are like. They call her stream her little show. Mentor me with VTubing. What's the debut again? And she's like, oh, do you have some friends watching you today? And then she's like, oh yeah, I just finished my really big subathon. There was almost 100,000 people watching me. And then she's like, oh wow, that's really cool. That's so awesome. You know, like not really like registering the growth of it. I wonder if it's like that for like us, or like with us for like normal jobs too. Like when somebody gets like a CEO promotion and we're like, oh yeah, that's so cool. Good for you. Awesome. Congrats. And they're like, they've been like working at this for like so long and doing all this like crazy stuff, climbing the ladder. And you're just like, oh my gosh, good job. I'm so proud of you. But like, they don't mean it in like a bad way. They just, they're giving like all their support and their pride, but they just don't comprehend it the same level that you do. So even though they're proud, they can't be that same pride as like, say, a soccer mom to their soccer daughter, you know? There's not that same level.
Don't eat your computer.
Okay.
Clan leader. That's wonderful.
Princess let out a deep, delighted purr. Firestar knew that she was proud of him, even though she had no real understanding of what that meant. Either the grief of Blue Star's death or the heavy weight of responsibility that went with leadership. I'm so pleased for you, Princess went on. But you're both very thin, she added doubtfully, drawing back to inspect her brother and her son. Are you eating properly? Oh my god, she's literally... Also, thank you for the hydrate! And I remember Gibbon giving me a stretch, so I'm gonna do my stretch now. It was hard to answer that question, Firestar knew that all the clan cats were used to feeling hungry in this hard leaf bare, but Princess had no way of knowing how scarce prey was, not when her two legs fed her in the same kitty pet food every day.
We're doing well enough,
Cloudtail repeated impatiently, before Firestar could reply.
But we came here to tell you to stay out of the forest. There are evil cats around.
Firestar flashed an irritated look at his hot-headed kin. He would have tried to find a gentler way of warning Princess. Cats from Two-Leg Place have come into the forest, he explained, pressing himself comfortingly against Princess's side. They're fierce creatures, but they should leave you alone.
I've seen them slinking through the trees,
Princess admitted in her voice hushed.
And I've heard stories about them. Apparently they even kill dogs and other cats.
The tales were true, Firestar reflected, remembering the teeth studying Scrooge's collar. And before very long, there would be more deaths to Scrooge's name. All good storytellers exaggerate, he told Princess, hoping he sounded convincing. You don't need to worry, but it would be best if you stayed in your own garden. Princess held his gaze steadily, and Firestar realized that for once she wasn't deceived by his light-hearted tone.
I'll do that, she promised, and I'll warn the other house cats. Good, Cloudtail meowed. And don't worry about a thing. We'll soon get rid of Blood Clan.
Blood Clan, Princess echoed, and a shiver passed through her. Firestar, you're in danger, aren't you? Firestar nodded, suddenly unwilling to treat her like a soft kitty pet who couldn't cope with the truth. Yes, he replied. Blood Clan have given us 3 days to get out of the forest. We don't intend to leave, so that means we have to fight them. Princess went on giving him that long, thoughtful look. The tip of her tail swept around and touched a scar on his flank, an old wound from a battle so long ago that he had forgotten which one it was. Firestar had a sudden vision of how he must appear to her, gaunt and ragged in spite of his lean muscles, his battle-marked pelt, and constant reminder of the harshness of his forest life. I know you'll do your best, she meowed quietly. The clan couldn't have a better leader. I hope you're right, Firestar meowed. This is the worst threat to the clan that we've ever had to face.
And you'll come through. I know you will,
Princess rasped. Princess rasped her tongue over his ear and pressed close against him. Firestar smelled her fierce scent, but she stayed calm, and her gentle features were unusually serious. Come back safely, Firestar, she whispered. Please. Chapter 25. How come I always stop to, chat to you guys? Literally, if I finished reading that page, I would get to the end of the chapter. Why does that always happen? Chapter 25. After they said goodbye to Princess, Cloudtail went off to hunt, leaving Firestar to return to camp alone. Twilight was gathering by the time he reached the ravine, and he scented Whitestorm before he spotted the pale warrior ahead of him. Firestar caught up to him just before he reached the gorse tunnel. He had a vole clamped in his jaws and set it down when he saw Firestar. I was hoping for a word with you, he began, without even waiting for a greeting. And it's best out here, where no cat will overhear us. Firestar's heart lurched. What's the matter? Has something gone wrong? You mean apart from Scrooge? The older warrior meowed wryly. He settled himself on a flat rock and beckoned with his tail for Firestar to join him. No, nothing's wrong. The patrols and the training are going well, but I keep asking myself, have we really thought about what we're doing? Firestar stared at him. What do you mean? The ThunderClan deputy took a deep, painful breath. Scrooge and his clan outnumbered us by many, even the Wind Clan fighting on our side. I know our warriors will fight to the last drop of blood to save the forest, but perhaps the price will be too high. Are you saying we should give in? Firestar's voice sharpened. He had never expected to hear advice like this from his deputy. If Whitestorm's courage hadn't been beyond question, he would have said it was the speak of a coward. Leave the forest? I don't know. Whitestorm sounded tired, and Firestar was suddenly reminded of his age.
Things are changing. No cat can deny that. And perhaps it's time to move on. There must be territory beyond the high stones. We could find another place.
Never! Firestar interrupted. The forest is ours.
You're young.
Whitestorm looked solemn at him.
You would see it that way. The cats are gonna die, Firestar.
I know. All day, Firestar had kept busy, encouraging his warriors and himself with thoughts of victory over Scrooge. Now Whitestorm was forcing him to face the fact that even if they won, it would be at a terrible cost. ThunderClan might drive the invading cats from the forest and still be left with a few survivors, as weakened as if they had been defeated. We must go on, he meowed. We can't turn tail and run like mice. You're right, Whitestorm. I know you are. But what other choice do we have? It can't be the will of StarClan for us to leave the forest. Whitestorm nodded.
Thought you would say that. Well, I've told you what I think. That's what a deputy is for.
I'm grateful for it, Whitestorm. The white warrior rose to his paws, turned towards his vole, then glanced back at Firestar.
I've never had the kind of ambition that drove Tigerstar. Or you.
He meowed.
I never wanted to be leader, but I'm particularly glad I'm not leader now. No sane cat would envy you and the decisions you have to make.
Firestar blinked, not knowing what to say.
All I hope for,
Whitestorm went on,
is that I'll fight my hardest when the time comes.
A shadow of uncertainty crossed his face, and Firestar realized that many cats would have joined the elders by Whitestorm's age. It would be natural for him to fear that his strength might fail. I know you will, he agreed. There's no nobler warrior in the whole forest. Whitestorm held his gaze for a long moment, saying nothing. Then he picked up his foal and padded into camp. Firestar stayed on the rock. Whitestorm's words had disturbed him, and he was suddenly reluctant to go back into camp and settle in his shadowy den under the high rock. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep. After a few moments, listening to the soft sounds of the gathering night, Firestar rose and headed back to the ravine. Faint red streaks showed where the sun had gone down, but overhead the sky was dark, and a few early warriors of StarClan looked down on him. Firestar slipped silently through the undergrowth, and it was some time before he realized that his paws were taking him towards sunning rocks. By the time he reached the edge of the trees, it was completely dark. The rounded shapes of the rock were outlined against the sky like the backs of crouching animals, with a shimmer of frost on the surface. Beyond them, he could hear the soft bubble of the river over stones, and much closer, a fainter scuffling noise alerted him of the presence of prey. Firestar's mouth watered as he identified the scent of a mouse. Barely letting his paws touch the ground, he crept up on it and sprang. He hadn't realized how hungry he was until his jaws closed on it, and he finished it in a few ravenous gulps. Feeling better, Firestar sprang up to the top of the rock and found a place where he could sit and look down at the river. The dark water glittered with starlight. A breeze ruffled the surface, buffeting his fur and stirring the leafless forest around him. Firestar turned his gaze upward to Silverpelt. The warriors of StarClan were watching, but they seemed cold and far away on this frosty night. Did they really care about what happened in the forest? Or had Bluestar been right all along, when she raged against them in her private war? For a moment, Firestar caught a glimpse of his former leader's terrible sense of isolation. He could not truly share it, for unlike Bluestar, he had never lost faith in the warriors of his own clan, but he was beginning to understand how she had come to doubt StarClan. So many cats had already died in Tigerstar's fierce struggle for power, and StarClan had not saved them. Firestar wondered if he was being foolish to think that his warrior ancestors would help him now. But without StarClan, how could his clan survive? Lifting his head, he yowled into the glory of Silverpelt. Show me what I should do! Show me that you're with us! No answer came from the white fire above him. Painfully aware of how small and weak he was compared with the sky-spread StarClan, Firestar found a hollow in the rock that was sheltered from the cold breeze. He did not expect to sleep, but he was exhausted, and after a while his eyes closed. He dreamed that he was seated in 4 trees, his senses lulled by the warm air and the sweet scents of green leaf. The warriors of StarClan surrounded him on all 4 slopes, as they had done on his visit to the Moonstones when he received his 9 lives of the clan leader. He spotted Spotted Leaf and Yellowfang there, and all the warriors who had lost to ThunderClan, as well as others newly added to the shining ranks, Stonefur and the young apprentice, Gorsepaw. In his dreams, Firestar sprang to his paws and confronted them. For the first time, he did not feel in awe of his warrior ancestors. It seemed as if they had abandoned him and the whole forest to their terrifying fate. "You rule the forest!" hissed Firestar, letting all his anger at their betrayal spill out. "You sent the storm on the night of the gathering so that I couldn't tell the clans what Tigerstar had done. You allowed him to bring Scrooge into the forest. Why are you doing this to us? Do you want us to be destroyed?" A familiar figure stepped forward. Bluestar's gray fur shimmered in the starshine, and her eyes were blue fire. "Firestar, you don't understand," she meowed. "StarClan do not rule the forest." Firestar gaped at her, with nothing to say. Was everything wrong, then? That he had learned since he came into the forest as a kitty pet so long ago? "StarClan cares for every cat in the forest," Bluestar continued. "From the blind, helpless kit to the oldest elder lying in the sun. We watch over them. We send omens and dreams to the medicine cats. But the storm was no doing of ours. Scrooge and Tigerstar wade their blood to power because that is their nature. We watch," the former leader repeated, "but we do not interfere. If we did, would you truly be free? Firestar, you and every cat have the choice of whether or not to follow the warrior code. You are not the playthings of StarClan." "But," Firestar tried to interrupt. Bluestar ignored him. "And now we're watching you. You are the cat we have chosen, Firestar. You are the fire who will save the clan. No warrior of StarClan brought you here. You came on your own accord because you have a warrior spirit and the heart of a true clan cat. Your faith in StarClan will give you the strength you need." As she spoke, a sense of peace crept over Firestar. He felt as though Bluestar's strength and the strength of all the warriors of StarClan were flowing into him. Whatever happened when his clan met BloodClan in battle, Firestar knew StarClan had not abandoned him. Bluestar rested her muzzle on his head just as she had done on the day he was made a warrior. At her touch, the pale fire of the assembled warriors began to fade, and Firestar sank into the warm darkness of deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, it was to see the first light of the dawn straining in the sky. Firestar rose and stretched, the memory of his dream filling his paws with energy. It was his duty as a leader to save his clan, and with the strength of StarClan to help him, he would find a way to do it. Chapter 26. Firestar wondered if the rest of his clan had noticed his absence, and if they were worrying about him. He knew he should go back to camp, but for a short time he stayed where he was at the top of the rock, watching the dawn light spread above the forest. The territory on the far side of the river was still and silent. Firestar tried to imagine how Leopardstar was coping. He guessed that the ShadowClan warriors who had fled into her territory would be unwelcome guests, with no prey to spare through the harsh moons of Leafbear. Then he sat bolt upright, fur bristling and ears pricked. Something had just occurred to him, and he couldn't think of why he hadn't thought of it before. Maybe ThunderClan wasn't as outnumbered as he feared. Across the river were the warriors of 2 clans, and with Tigerstar dead, none of them had any reason to support BloodClan. "Housebrain!" he murmured out loud. There was a chance that all 4 forest clans could join together to drive out the lethal cats that threatened every paw step of their lives. 4 would not become 2. 4 would become 1, but not in the way the Tigerstar had intended. As the first glittering rays of the sun appeared above the horizon, Firestar leaped down from the rock and raced downstream towards the stepping stones. "Firestar! Firestar!" The owl brought him up short just as he came in sight of the stones. He turned to see a ThunderClan patrol emerging from the trees behind him. Graystripe was in the lead, followed by Sandstorm, Cloudtail, and Bramblepaw. "Where have you been?" Sandstorm mewed crossly as she picked her way towards him. "We've been worried sick." "Sorry." Firestar gave her ear an apologetic lick. "I needed to think of a few things out. That's all." "Whitestorm said you'd be okay," Graystripe meowed, and Cinderpelt didn't seem worried. "I got the feeling she knew more than she was telling." "Well, I'm here now," Firestar mewed briskly, "and I'm glad I met you. I'm going into RiverClan territory, and it'll look better if I take some warriors with me." "RiverClan?" Cloudtail looked amazed. "What do you want with them?" "I'm going to ask them to fight with us against Scrooge tomorrow." The young warrior stared. "Are you out of your mind? Leopardstar will rip your fur off." "I don't think she will. Now that Tigerstar's dead, she won't want Blood Clan in the forest any more than we do." Cloudtail shrugged, and Graystripe was looking uncertain too, but Sandstorm's green eyes glowed with delight. "I knew you would think of a way to defeat Blood Clan," she purred. "Let's go." Firestar turned to lead the way to the stepping stones, but paused as Bramblepaw padded up to him. "Firestar, can we talk to Tawnypaw if she's there?" His apprentice asked hopefully. His voice quivered. "There might not be another chance." Firestar hesitated. "Yes, if you see her," he meowed. "Get her side of the story, then we'll decide what to do." "Thanks, Firestar." Bramblepaw's eyes shone with relief. Firestar slipped down the bank to the stepping stones with his warriors behind him. As he led the way across the river, he kept alert of movement on the opposite side, but he saw nothing. There was not even a RiverClan patrol, though by now the sun was well above the horizon. Reaching the far bank, Firestar turned upriver towards the RiverClan camp. Before he reached it, he came to the stream that led to the clearing of the Bone Hill. A shudder ran through him as he remembered the last time he had been here. The reek of crow food was fainter now, but the scent of many cats came to him on the breeze. Firestar recognized the mingled scent of TigerClan, once so ominous, but now almost familiar compared to the stench of BloodClan. "I think they must be in the clearing by the Bone Hill," he mewed over his shoulder. "Some of them, at least. We'll go see. Graystripe, keep a lookout." Graystripe fell back as Firestar followed the stream, creeping quietly through the reeds until he came to the edge of the clearing. Peering out, he saw that the Bone Hill was already beginning to crumble, so that it looked nothing like more than a heap of rubbish. The stream was no longer choked up with rotting prey, and there was a small heap of fresh kill, as if the cats had begun to establish a new camp. Several warriors were huddled in the clearing, with ungroomed fur and dull, staring eyes. Firestar was surprised to see cats from both RiverClan and ShadowClan. He had expected to find only ShadowClan warriors setting up camp here, while RiverClan occupied their own camp on the island upriver. Leopardstar was crouched at the foot of the Bone Hill. She was gazing straight in front of her, and Firestar thought she must have seen him, but she gave no sign. The ShadowClan deputy, Blackfoot, lay close by. As his initial surprise ebbed, Firestar felt relieved that he would be able to deal straight away with Leopardstar, who was obviously trying to rule both clans. He glanced back at Sandstorm. "What's wrong with them?" he murmured. He would have almost believed that the warriors were sick, but there was no taint of sickness in the air. Sandstorm shook her head helplessly, and Firestar turned back to the clearing. He had come here looking for a fighting force, but these cats appeared to be half dead. Still, there was no sense in going back. Signaling with his tail for his own cats to follow, he stepped into the clearing. No cat challenged him, although one or two of the warriors raised their heads and gave him an incredulous stare. With a glance at Firestar, Bramblepaw slipped away to look for Tawnypaw. Leopardstar struggled to her paws. "Firestar." Her voice rasped, as if she had not used it in many days. "What do you want?" "To talk to you," Firestar replied. "Leopardstar, what's going on here? What's the matter with you all? Why are you in your old camp?" Leopardstar held his gaze for a long moment. I'm the sole leader of TigerClan now," she meowed at last, a spark of pride returning to her dull eyes. The old RiverClan camp is too small to hold both clans. We let the queens and kits and elders stay there, with some warriors to guard them." She let out a spurt of mocking laughter. "What's the point? Blood Clan will slaughter us all.
You mustn't think like that,
he urged the River Clan leader.
If we all stand together, we can drive out Blood Clan.
A wild light shone in Leopard Star's eyes.
You mouse-brained fool,
she spat. Drive out Blood Clan? How do you think you're gonna do that?
Tiger Star was the greatest warrior this forest has ever seen, and you saw what Scrooge did to him.
I know, Firestar replied steadily, hiding the shiver of sheer dread that ran through him.
But Tiger Star faced Scrooge alone. We can join together as one to fight him so that afterwards we can be 4 clans again, according to the warrior code.
A sneering look crossed Leopard Star's face, and she made no reply.
What will you do then? Firestar asked. Leave the forest?
Leopard Star hesitated, tossing her head from side to side as if the effort of talking to Firestar irritated her.
I sent out a scouting party to look for places to stay beyond the high stones, she admitted. But we have young kits and 2 of our elders are ill. Not every cat can go. The ones that will stay will die.
They don't have to die, Firestar promised her desperately.
ThunderClan and WindClan are gonna fight. Stand with us.
He expected further mockery, but Leopard Star was looking at him more intently now. Nearby, Blackfoot scrambled to his paws and padded over to stand beside her. As he faced the ThunderClan cats, Firestar heard a low snarl from Graystripe and saw his friend begin to flex his claws. He gave the Grey Warrior a warning flick of his tail. He loathed Blackfoot just as much as Graystripe did, but for now they would have to be allies in order to face an even greater enemy.
Are you mouse-brained? The ShadowClan deputy growled. You can't seriously be thinking of joining these fools. They're not strong enough to tackle Blood Clan. They'll all get us teared apart.
Leopard Star gave him a cold look, and Firestar realized with a sudden burst of hope that she didn't like Blackfoot any more than he did. Stonefur, who had died under the Black and White Warrior's claws, had been her trusted deputy.
I'm leader here, Blackfoot, she pointed out. I make the decisions. I'm not ready to give up yet. Not if there's a chance of driving Blood Clan.
All right, she meowed, facing Firestar again. What's your plan? Firestar wished he had some clever trick to offer, some way of driving out Blood Clan that wouldn't risk the lives of every cat in the forest, but there was no trick. The path to victory, if there was one, would be hard and painful. It's on tomorrow, he replied. ThunderClan and WindClan will meet Blood Clan at 4 Trees. If ShadowClan and RiverClan join us, we'll be twice as strong.
And you will lead us?
Asked Leopard Star. Reluctantly, she added, I haven't the strength now to take my cats into battle. Firestar blinked in surprise. He'd expected Leopard Star to demand authority over the other clans. He wasn't all that sure that he himself was strong enough to take on the leadership in her place, but he could see that he had no choice. If that is your wish, then yes, I will.
Lead us?
The voice, harsh with mockery, came from behind Firestar.
A kitty pet? Are you out of your mind, Leopard Star?
Firestar turned, knowing what he would see. Darkstripe was thrusting his way through the little group of his former clanmates. Firestar stared at him. In ThunderClan, Darkstripe had always been sleek. Now his black striped coat was dull, as if he had stopped caring for it. He looked gaunt, and the tip of his tail twitched nervously. Only the cold hostility in his eyes was familiar, and the insolence with which he looked at Firestar up and down as he came to a stop in front of the leaders. Darkstripe. Firestar acknowledged him with a nod. Though he could never truly pity the Dark Warrior, he felt a pang to see how haunted he looked, his eyes empty, as if he was already planning being punished for betraying his birth clan. Leopard Star stepped forward. Darkstripe, this isn't your decision, she meowed.
We should kill you or drive you out,
Darkstripe snarled at Firestar.
You turned Scrooge against Tigerstar. It's your fault he died.
My fault? Firestar gasped in astonishment. The dark tabby's eyes burned with hatred, and Firestar knew that in his own way Darkstripe was grieving for the dead leader. Now that Tigerstar was dead, Darkstripe was utterly alone. No, Darkstripe. It was Tigerstar's own fault. If he hadn't brought Blood Clan into the forest, none of this would have happened.
And how did it happen?
Graystripe broke in.
That's what I'd like to know. What was Tigerstar thinking of? Didn't he see what he was letting loose in the forest?
He thought it was for the best. Leopard Star tried to defend Tigerstar. The words sounded hollow. He believed the cats would be safer if they all joined together under his leadership, and he thought BloodClan would convince you he was right. A snort of contempt came from Graystripe, but Leopardstar ignored it. Instead, she flicked her tail and another cat came up, a skinny gray Tom with a ragged ear. Firestar recognized him as Boulder, one of the rogue cats Tigerstar had taken into ShadowClan. Boulder, tell Firestar what happened. The ShadowClan warrior looked thin and tired as he met Firestar's gaze.
I belonged to BloodClan once, he confessed. I belonged to the BloodClan once. I left many moons ago. But Tigerstar knew about my past. He asked me to take him to Two-Leg Place because he needed more cats to make sure ShadowClan controlled the forest.
He glanced down at his paws, his ears twitching uncomfortably.
I tried to tell Tigerstar that Scrooge was dangerous, but neither of us imagined what he would do. Tigerstar offered Scrooge a share of the forest if he would bring his cats to help him fight. He did that. He thought that once he'd made all the clans join TigerClan, he could get rid of BloodClan.
But he was wrong, Firestar murmured. I know I gave Boulder a different voice when I was reading the prologue, but I cannot remember it. But he was wrong. Firestar murmured, feeling again that strange grief he had felt when he saw his oldest enemy lying dead at his paws.
We couldn't believe it when he died.
Boulder's eyes were stunned, as if he were sharing Firestar's memory.
We thought nothing could defeat Tigerstar. When BloodClan attacked our camp after Tigerstar died, we were too shocked to fight. Though not all of us fled. Some cats thought it would be safer to join Scrooge. Jagged Tooth, for one.
Boulder's voice grew bitter.
It would be worth fighting BloodClan to get my claws into that traitor's fur.
Then will you do it? Firestar glanced around and realized that all the cats in the clearing had drawn closer and were silently listening. Only Blackfoot and Darkstripe stood aloof at the edge of the crowd. Stand with us with WindClan tomorrow. The cats remained silent, waiting for Leopardstar to speak. I don't know, she mewed. Maybe the battle's already lost. I need time to think. There's not much time left, Sunstorm pointed out. Firestar gathered his own warriors together with a sweep of his tail and beckoned them over to the side of the clearing. Think now, Leopardstar, he meowed. We'll wait. The RiverClan leader flashed a defiant glance, as if she were going to insist that she would take as much time as she needed, but she said nothing, only drawing 2 or 3 of the RiverClan warriors closer to her and speaking to them in a low, urgent voice. Anger burning in his eyes, Blackfoot thrust his way forward to join them. The rest of the cats stayed in their frozen, wretched silence, and Firestar couldn't help wondering what kind of fighting force they would make. How mouse-brained can they be? Growled Cloudtail. What's to discuss? Leopardstar says they can't leave safely. What else can they do but fight? Be quiet, Cloudtail, Firestar ordered. Firestar! Brahmapal's voice interrupted him. Firestar turned to see his apprentice standing a tail length away with Twinypaw close behind him. Twinypaw wants to talk to you. The young she-cat returned Firestar's gaze steadily, reminding him irresistibly of her former mother, Goldenflower. Formidable mother. She's not dead. Yet. Well, Tawnypaw? He prompted. Bramblepaw says I should tell you why I left ThunderClan. Tawnypaw meowed without preamble. But, you already know, don't you? I wanted to be judged for what I was, not for what my father did. I needed to feel I belonged. No cat thought you didn't belong, Firestar protested. Tawny faced him with a glint in her eyes. Firestar, I don't believe that, she meowed, and neither do you. Firestar felt his fur flush hot with guilt. I made a mistake, he admitted. I looked at both of you, and all I could see was your father. Other cats did too, but I didn't want you to leave. Other cats did, Tawny meowed quietly. She could still come back into the clan, couldn't she? Bramblepaw pleaded. Hang on a minute, Tawnypaw interrupted sharply. I'm not asking you if I can come back.
All I want is to be loyal cat in my new clan. Her eyes were shining. I want to be the best warrior I can be, she went on, and I can't be that in ThunderClan. Firestar could hardly bear to see the courage and loyalty they were losing. I'm sorry you left ThunderClan, he meowed, and I wish you well. Tawny Paw, I really believe that if all 4 clans fight tomorrow, we can win back the forest. ShadowClan will survive and be a clan you can be proud of. A clan that will be proud of you. Tawny Paw gave him a short nod. Thank you. Brahmapaw looked distraught, but Firestar knew there was nothing more to say. The sound of his name distracted him, and he turned to see that Leopardstar was padding toward him across the clearing. I've made my decision, she told him. Firestar felt his heart begin to pound. Everything rested on Leopardstar's choice. Without the support of RiverClan and ShadowClan, even with their warriors in such pitiful state, there was no hope of driving BloodClan out of the forest. The few heartbeats before Leopardstar reached him seemed to stretch out to the moon. RiverClan will fight against BloodClan tomorrow, she announced. And so will ShadowClan, Blackfoot added, walking up behind her. His eyes flashed at Leopardstar as he silently asserted his authority. Even though Firestar was relieved that the leaders had chosen to fight, he noticed some doubtful looks among the other cats. Darkstripe was the only one to speak out loud. You're all mad, he spat. Joining a kitty pet? Well, I'm not going to follow him. Whatever any cat says. You'll obey my orders. Oh, you'll obey orders, snapped Leopardstar. Make me, Darkstripe retorted. You're not my leader. For a few heartbeats, Leopardstar looked at him with very cold eyes. Then she shrugged. Thanks, StarClan, I'm not. You're about as much use as a dead fox. Very well, Darkstripe. Do as you like. The Dark Warrior hesitated, looking from Leopardstar to Blackfoot and back again, then around at the rest of the clearing. The warriors were still murmuring among themselves, and none of them paid any attention to Darkstripe. Oh my god. He glanced back at Leopardstar as if he were about to speak, but the RiverClan leader had already turned away. Darkstripe swung around with a vicious snarl at Firestar. You fools! You'll all be ripped apart tomorrow! He stalked away in dead silence. The cats parted to let him go and watched him until he disappeared into the reeds. Firestar wondered where the solitary warrior could possibly go now. Leopardstar stepped forward. I swear by StarClan that we will meet you at dawn tomorrow at 4 Trees. We will fight with you and WindClan against BloodClan. More briskly, she added, Shadepelt, will you send out a hunting patrol? We'll need all our strength for tomorrow. A dark gray RiverClan she-cat flicked her tail and began moving through the cats, choosing warriors for the patrol. Leopardstar looked at the bone hill with deep sadness in her eyes, and a shiver ran through her molted pelt. We must pull this down, she murmured. It belongs to a darker time. She dug her claws into the heap of prey bones, slowly and hesitantly, as if they still thought that Tigerstar might appear and accuse them of treachery. Her warriors joined her. Bone by bone, the pile was scattered across the clearing. Blackfoot and a few of the ShadowClan warriors stood watching a little ways off. The deputy's face was shadowed, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Firestar drew his own followers away. He had succeeded in what he set out to do, and he could not help admiring Leopardstar's courage. But instead of satisfaction, he felt a dark surge of foreboding as he cast one last glance at the 2 clans in the clearing. What if I've condemned them all to death? Chapter 27. We're like 20 pages away. Probably less than 20 now. I know, it's coming to an end. Tawny Paw is like her own self. I'm proud of her. I'm glad that Firestar responded the way that he did. Like, okay, it's your choice. Do it. I'm sad that she didn't talk to Bramblepaw about it though. Like, that's your brother. That's your brother. He was so sad. What did you think would happen? He would think that you were missing, killed. He would be looking for you. Come on. You owe that to him.
He shares your father too. He's the only one that also knows exactly what you're feeling. Will we continue the next series or will we end it right here? Well, I mean, we're not going to stop doing Warrior Cat Wednesday. We're going to start the next series, but not today. Next week. Okay, let's go, guys. We're in the final countdown. Chapter 27. No more breaks, okay? No more breaks until the end. Unless it's for me to gasp or something. Or cry. I don't know. Chapter 27. The popguns fight as the cat fight. It was the time before dawn when the moon had set, but the sun had yet to streak the horizon with milky fingers of light. The night was still and cold, black like frozen water. Firestar padded out of his den. The clearing was empty, but he could hear the faint sounds of warriors waking up. Frost glittered on the ground, while above his head Silverpelt flowed like a river across the sky. Pausing to drink in the night air filled with the scents of so many familiar cats, Firestar felt every hair on his pelt stand up. This could be the last morning he would ever spend in camp. It could be the last morning for any clan. He felt as if everything were spinning out of his control, but when he looked for strength in the knowledge that StarClan controlled his fate, he only found uncertainty. Firestar sighed and shook himself before walking over to the fern tunnel that led to Cinderpelt's den. The medicine cat was dragging herbs and berries into the clearing, where Fernpaw was making them into bundles, ready to carry. Is everything ready? I think so. Pain filled Cinderpelt's blue eyes, as if she were already seeing the wounded cats who would soon need her help. I'll need more cats to carry all this up to 4 trees. Fernpaw and I can't manage it on our own. You can have all the apprentices, Firestar meowed. Fernpaw, will you go and tell them? The young she-cat dipped her head and hurried off. Once we get there, the other apprentices will be needed to fight, Firestar went on. But Fernpaw can stay with you. Find somewhere well and out of the way. I think there's a sheltered hollow on the other side of the stream. Cinderpelt bristled. Firestar, you don't mean that. What use will I be if I'm not where the fighting is? But the cats need you, Firestar insisted. If you're injured, what will happen to the rest of us? Fernpaw and I can take care of ourselves. We're not helpless kids, you know. Cinderpelt's tart response reminded Firestar of her mentor, Yellowfang. Sighing, he petted up to the medicine cat and touched noses with her. Have it your way, he meowed. I know I can't say anything to change your mind, but please, be careful. Cinderpelt let out a soft purr. Don't worry, Firestar, we'll be fine. Have StarClan spoken to you about the battle? Firestar forced himself to ask. No, I've seen no omens at all. The medicine cat raised her eyes to Silverpelt, where it was fading in the pre-dawn sky. It's not like StarClan to be silent when something so important is going to happen. I had a dream from them, Cinderpelt, Firestar told them hesitantly. But I'm not sure I understand it, and there isn't time to tell you all of it now. I just hope it means something good for us. There was curiosity in Cinderpelt's blue eyes as he spoke of his dream at Sunning Rocks, but she did not question him. Firestar returned to the fern tunnel and crossed the clearing to the Elder's Den. On the way, he passed Breakenfur unwatched and waved a greeting with his tail. When he reached the fallen tree, charred by the fire that had swept through the camp last Greenleaf, Firestar found all the elders still sleeping except for Speckletail, who sat with her tail curled around her paws. The she-cat rose to her paws as Firestar came towards her. Is it time? Yes, Firestar replied. We'll be leaving soon. But you're not coming with us, Speckletail. What? The fur on Speckletail's shoulders stiffened with annoyance. Why not? We may be elders, but we're not useless. Do you really think we're going to sit back and... Speckletail, listen. This is important. If you're honest, you know that Small-Ear and One-Eye would barely make it to 4 trees. Never mind a fight when they get there. And Dappletail's getting very frail. I can't lead them into the battle against Scrooge. What about me? I know you're a fighter, Speckletail. Firestar had thought carefully about what he was going to say. But with the elders glaring at him... the elder glaring at him, he felt like a raw apprentice again. That's why I need you here. There'll be the other 3 elders here and Willowpelt's kids. They've learned some defensive moves, but they're not ready for battle. I'm putting you in charge of the camp while the rest of us are away. But Oh. Speckletail broke off as she understood what Firestar was asking her to do. Slowly, the fur on her shoulders lay flat again. I see. All right, Firestar. You can count on me. Thank you. Firestar blinked his gratitude at her. If the battle goes badly, we'll try to fall back here and reinforce you, but we might not make it. If BloodClan comes here, you'll be all that's left of ThunderClan. He met Speckletail's. His eyes met Speckletail's. You'll need to get the kids and elders away. Try to cross the river, then head to Barley's farm. Right. Speckletail gave him a brisk nod. I'll do my best I can. Turning, she looked over to where Brightheart slept in the shelter of the tree trunk. What about her? Brightheart is as strong as any warrior now. Brightheart meowed, his heart lifting. She's coming with us. He patted over and nudged the young she-cat with one paw. Wake up, Brightheart. It's time to go. Brightheart blinked up at him with her one good eye, then rose and stretched. Okay, Firestar, I'm ready. She was heading out into the clearing when Firestar called her back. Brightheart, if we come through this, you'll be sleeping in the warrior's den from now on. Brightheart's ears pricked, and she seemed to stand taller. Thank you, Firestar, she meowed, and dashed off. All her drowsiness vanished. Tipping his head in farewell to Speckletail, Firestar followed Brightheart into the clearing. By now, the other cats had begun to emerge from their dens. The apprentices, Featherpaw and Stormpaw among them, were clustered around Cinderpelt, each carrying a bundle of herbs. Dustpelt was with them, speaking urgently in a low voice to Fernpaw. Closer to the warrior's den, Brightheart had joined Cloudtail, while Mousefur and Longtail stalked around each other in a final practice of their fighting moves. As Firestar watched, Greystripe and Sandstorm slipped out from between the branches of the den with Thornclaw and Mistyfoot just behind them. Whitestorm came up and urged the cats towards the nettle patch for a piece of fresh kill. Firestar felt a rush of pride. These were his cats, brave and loyal, every one of them. Above him, the outlines of the bare branches had begun to show back against the sky. Firestar felt a moment of sheer terror at the reminder of the approaching sunrise. He forced himself to stride confidently across the clearing until he joined Whitestorm beside the fresh kill pile. This is it, the White Warrior meowed. Firestar took a bowl from the pile of fresh kill. His belly was churning with tension, but he forced himself to swallow a few mouthfuls. Firestar. Whitestorm continued after a moment. I just wanted to say that Bluestar could not have led us better in these terrible days. I have been proud to serve as your deputy. Firestar stared at him. Whitestorm, you're talking as if... He couldn't put what he was afraid of into words. The older warrior's aspect meant more to him than he could say, and he couldn't imagine how he would cope if Whitestorm did not come back from the battle. Whitestorm concentrated on the blackbird he was eating, avoiding his eyes, and didn't say any more. The camp was still dark when Speckletail emerged with the other elders to see the warriors off. Willowpelt's kits rushed out of the nursery to say goodbye to their mother and Sandstorm. They looked excited. They didn't fully understand what the clan was going to face. Well, Firestar? Cloudtail meowed. Everything ready? The tip of his tail twitched nervously as he admitted, I'll be a lot happier when we're on the move. Firestar swallowed the last of his vole. So will I, Cloudtail, he replied. Let's go. Raising to his paws, he gathered the clan with a flick of his tail. As his gaze met Sandstorm's, he felt strengthened to see her green eyes glow with trust and love. Cats of ThunderClan, Firestar called. We go now to fight against BloodClan, but we're not alone. Remember, there are 4 clans in the forest, and always will be, and the other 3 will fight with us today. We will drive out these evil cats. His warriors sprang up, yowling their agreements. Firestar turned and began to lead them through the gorse tunnel and up the ravine towards the 4 trees. When he paused at the top for one last glance back at camp, he did not know if he would ever see his beloved home again. Chapter 28. The first faint streaks of dawn were showing as Firestar approached 4 trees. Pausing on the bank of the stream, he glanced back at the warriors who followed him. His heart swelled with pride as his gaze traveled over each one. Sandstorm, his beloved. Graystripe, the truest friend any cat had ever had. Breakenfur, sensible and loyal. Whitestorm, his wise deputy. Thornclaw, the newest warrior of ThunderClan, looking tense and eager as the prospect of his first battle. Longtail, who had discovered at last where his heart lay. Frostfur and Mousefur, a formidable pair of she-cats. Dustpelt, reserved but true-hearted, and his apprentice Ashpaw, Firestar's own apprentice, Bramblepaw, aglow in his amber eyes and his fur bristling, and Cloudtail, wayward but committed to his clan, with Brightheart, the cat he had brought back from the brink of death. Pain like claws tore at Firestar's heart as he realized how much they meant to him, and what fearful dangers they were facing now. He raised his voice so that they could all hear him. "You know what lies ahead of us," he meowed. "I only want to say one thing. Ever since StarClan placed the 4 clans in the forest, no leader ever had a band of warriors like you. Whatever happens, I want you to remember that." "There was never a leader like you, Firestar," meowed Graystripe. Firestar shook his head, his throat too choked for words. It was just like Graystripe to compare him to the truly great leaders like Bluestar, but he knew how far short of that he fell. He could only resolve to do his best to live up to his friends' trust in him. Crossing the stream, he heard a whisper of movement from the direction of the river and glanced down the slope to see the cats of RiverClan and ShadowClan slipping quietly towards the meeting place. Firestar signaled a greeting with his tail as the warriors thronged around him, swelling the ranks of his own forces. He was relieved to see that they had kept their promise, though the look of hostility from Blackfoot told him that even though ShadowClan might be fighting on their side this time, they would never be ThunderClan's friend. Bluestar spotted Boulder among the ShadowClan warriors. Tawnypaw was there too, looking nervous but determined. Mistyfoot went forward hesitantly to greet her friends among RiverClan. Touching noses with this Shadepelt, Runnynose, and Mudfur, the 2 medicine cats arrived together, each with an apprentice carrying their supplies, and pushed their way through the throng until they found Cinderpelt. The 3 united clans went on to 4 trees together, with Firestar and Leopardstar in the lead. When they came to the top of the hollow, everything was silent. The breeze was blowing away from them towards ShadowClan territory, and Firestar felt his pelt prickle with dread. The scent would be carried to the waiting Blood Clan, while they themselves had no idea where their enemies might be. "Graystripe, Mousefur," he whispered, "scout along the hollow. Don't show yourselves. If you see any cats, come back and tell me." The 2 cats slid off in opposite directions, barely visible shadows in the gray light. Firestar waited, trying to appear calm and confident, thankful for the presence of Whitestorm and Sandstorm close beside him. He had barely time to think of what might happen next when Graystripe returned with another cat close behind him. It was Tallstar.
"Greetings, Firestar," he murmured. "Wind Clan are here, all our warriors, and your friends, Barley and Ravenpaw."
The loners came up as the Wind Clan leader spoke their names. We came to help as promised," Ravenpaw meowed, twining his tail with Firestar's in greeting. "We'll fight alongside you, if you'll have us." "If we'll have you," Firestar echoed, a purr of gratitude swelling up inside him. "You're welcome. You know that."
We're proud to fight by you. With you,"
Barley meowed. Sandstorm came up to greet her former clanmate, and the 2 loners took position beside her. "Do you know where Blood Clan is?" Firestar asked Tallstar. Tallstar's eyes were bleak as he gazed across the hollow to the ShadowClan territory.
"Somewhere out there, watching us, I'd guess."
His voice was steady, and Firestar began to envy his calm, unshakable courage, until he saw the Wind Clan leader's fear and heard him mutter under his breath, "StarClan, help us. Show us an enemy we can fight." Somehow the knowledge that Tallstar was afraid as he was himself only increased Firestar's respect for the older and more experienced leader. Tallstar would never show fear in front of his clan. He would put aside his own feelings to do his duty as leader. Firestar only hoped that he could do the same. He peered into the shadows, looking for a sign that Mousefur was on her way back. Almost at once, he caught sight of her bounding towards him, and in the same heartbeat there was moving in the clearing below. Dark shapes appeared from the bushes at the foot of the opposite slope as BloodClan advanced in a single menacing line. Firestar's belly clenched in fear when the small figure of Scrooge stepped out. "I know you're there," the BloodClan leader called. "Come and give me your answer." Firestar paused for a heartbeat. He glanced at the cats behind him. Though he knew how terrified they must be, he could see nothing but fierce determination in their faces. Lion Clan was ready for battle. "Go on, Firestar." Leopardstar mewed quietly. Her fur was bristling and her ears lay flat against her head in a mixture of fear and defiance. "Lead us." Firestar looked at Tallstar, who nodded. "You spoke for us before," he meowed. "You're the one who should lead us now. We all trust you." Firestar led the united clans down into the clearing. Scrooge was waiting for him near the base of the great rock. His black pelt was neatly groomed, and he sat with his paws tucked under him. His eyes were chips of ice, and the rising sun glinted on the teeth that studded his kitty pet collar. "Greetings," he meowed. He swiped his tongue around his jaws as if he were tasting a succulent piece of prey. "Have you decided to leave? Or do you presume you can fight against BloodClan?" "We don't have to fight," Firestar replied steadily. To his surprise, he felt icily calm. "We will let you go back to Two-Leg Place in peace." Scrooge let out a cold meow of laughter. "Go back? Do you really think we're such cowards? No, this is our home now." Feeling the last spark of hope drain out of his paws, Firestar looked past Scrooge at the ranks of his BloodClan warriors. These were lean, tough cats, most of them wearing collars studded with teeth like Scrooge, the trophies of earlier battles. Some were flexing claws strengthened with dog teeth, and Firestar remembered the way Scrooge's claws had ripped through Tigerstar's belly. Their eyes glittered as they waited for the order to attack. "The forest is ours," Firestar told the black cat. "We rule here by will of StarClan." "StarClan," Scrooge sneered. "Tales for kits. Forest fool. StarClan won't help you now." He sprang to his paws, his fur suddenly bristling out so that he looked twice his size. "Attack!" he snarled. The line of BloodClan warriors surged forward. "Lion Clan, attack!" Firestar yowled. He sprang towards Scrooge, but the BloodClan leader dodged him nimbly to one side. A huge tabby tom leaped into his place, hitting Firestar in the flank, knocking him off his paws. The clearing was silent no longer, as Firestar batted with his hind paws at the BloodClan warrior. He heard cats clashing around through the undergrowth all throughout the hollow. Leopardstar bounded out of the bushes with Tallstar. Blackfoot raced forward as the head of the tight-knit group of ShadowClan warriors, and Whitestorm ran at the lead of the cats at ThunderClan, as all four forest cats poured into the clearing and fell snarling on their enemies. Firestar managed to throw off the BloodClan cat and scrambled to his paws. Scrooge had vanished. Firestar was surrounded by a heavy mass of cats. He was amazed at how swiftly chaos had descended. He spotted Greystripe battling bravely with the huge black tom, and Willowpelt rolling on the ground, her teeth locked on the shoulder of a BloodClan tortoiseshell. Longtail was nearby too, squirming helplessly under the weight of two BloodClan warriors. Firestar hurled himself into combat and dragged one of the cats away, feeling the strength of the muscular body as the enemy warrior turned on him. He felt claws slash into his shoulder and raked his own claws across the warrior's face. Blood welled out of a gash in his forehead, dripping into his eyes. Blinded, the cat lost its grip on Firestar, and he aimed a final blow before leaping back and whirling around in search of Longtail. The pale tabby had driven off his other adversary, but he was bleeding deeply from his shoulder and flank. Firestar saw Cinderpelt limp rapidly out of the bushes. She nudged Longtail to his feet and helped him, staggering away from the thick of the fighting. Firestar sprang back into battle. One whisker flashed past him, pursued by a BloodClan warrior, and he caught a glimpse of Mistyfoot fighting shoulder to shoulder with Featherpaw and Stormpaw. Brightheart was weaving in front of a BloodClan tabby twice her size, her new fighting technique already confusing the huge tomcat. Cloudtail fought beside her. Brighttail dodged beneath the enemy's outstretched paws, ranking her claws down his nose. The tabby turned and fled. Cloudtail let out a yowl of triumph, and the two cats wheeled around as one and flung themselves back into the whirling mob of cats. Not far away, Barley and Ravenpaw were battling side by side against a pair of identical gray tomcats, lean warriors whose collars bursted with teeth. "I know you," one of them spat at Barley. You didn't have the courage to stay with Scrooge." At least I had the courage to leave," Barley hissed back at him, rearing up to swipe both forepaws at the gray warrior's ears. "It's your turn to run. You don't belong here." Ravenpaw pressed forward beside him, and the two Blood Clan warriors were gradually forced back into the bushes. A white Blood Clan warrior burst out into the open just beside them, with Morning Flowers slashing fiercely at his haunches as he fled from her. "Gorsepaw! Gorsepaw!" she yowled, giving voice to all her grief for her dead son. She leaped on the warrior and brought him down, clawing out pawfuls of white fur. Firestar looked for Scrooge. There could be no victory until the Blood Clan leader was dead, and in a moment's breathing space, Firestar reflected how strange it was that the final battle for the forest would not be with Tigerstar, but with Tigerstar's murderer. But the Blood Clan leader was nowhere to be seen. Fighting his way towards the base of the great rock, lashing out with teeth and claws, Firestar came face to face with the skinny gray she-cat. Her green eyes glinted with hatred as she launched herself at him, her teeth and claws digging deep into his shoulder. Firestar felt her tooth-studded collar crushing his face as she bit down. He twisted, tearing his neck free of the Blood Clan warrior's teeth and launching himself at her unprotected belly to score his claws down it. The she-cat sprang back and fled into the bushes. Firestar stood panting, blood welling from his shoulder. How long could he keep this up, he wondered, before he grew too weak to carry on? There seemed as many Blood Clan warriors as ever in the hollow, all strong and healthy and skilled in combat. Would the battle never end? A Blood Clan tortoiseshell loomed up in front of him, its face distorted with the screech of hatred. In the same heartbeat, a dark shape shot out of the bushes, barreling into the tortoiseshell's side and shoving her away from Firestar. Astonished, Firestar recognized Darkstripe. Had the Dark Warrior decided at last his loyalties belonged to ThunderClan? A moment later, he realized how wrong he was. Darkstripe whirled to face him, hissing, "You're mine, kitty pet! It's time for you to die!" Firestar braced himself for the attack. "So you're fighting on the side of Tigerstar's murderer?" he taunted Darkstripe. "Have you no loyalty in you?" "Not anymore," Darkstripe snarled. "Every cat in the forest can turn into crow food for all I care. All I want is to see you dead." Firestar slipped to one side as Darkstripe leaped towards him. But one of the Dark Warrior's paws caught him on the side of his head and he lost his footing. Darkstripe landed on top of him and pinned him down. Firestar twisted, trying to free his hind paws. He scrambled furiously at Darkstripe's belly, but could not shake him off. The warrior bared his teeth, aiming for Firestar's neck. Firestar braced himself for a last desperate effort. Suddenly, Darkstripe's body rolled off him. Firestar got to his paws to see Greystripe struggling with his old clanmate in a screechy knot of fur and claws. Greystripe's felt was torn and his shoulder glistened with blood from an earlier wound, but before Firestar could move to help him, he flung Darkstripe to the ground and landed on top of him, panting. "Traitor!" he hissed. Darkstripe withered violently, scoring deep gouges in the earth, but he couldn't throw off the Grey Warrior. "Fox tongue!" he spat. He twisted his head, trying to sink his teeth into Greystripe's neck. Greystripe lashed out with one forepaw. His claws pierced Darkstripe's throat, and blood gushed out. The Dark Tabby gave one convulsive shudder. His jaw parted as he fought for breath. "There's nothing left," he choked out. "It's dark. Everything's gone." Firestar saw his eyes glazing, a terrible emptiness in them. His struggles faded and his body went limp. Spitting contemptuously, Greystripe scrambled off him. "One less traitor in the forest," he snarled. Firestar touched his nose to Greystripe's shoulder. Suddenly, Greystripe went rigid, staring past his leader. "Firestar," he rasped. Firestar whirled around to see Sandstorm and Dustpelt fighting side by side at the edge of the battle. They didn't seem to need his help, and at first he couldn't understand what had distressed Graystripe. Then the massive cats parted briefly to reveal Bone, a huge Blood Clan deputy, crouched over another cat who moved feebly beneath him. So much blood clotted the victim's fur that Firestar could hardly make out his color, and it took him a couple of heartbeats to recognize Whitestorm. "No!" he yowled and hurled himself at Bone with Graystripe hard on his paws. Bone sprang backwards, only to cannon into Bramblepaw and Ashpaw, who came charging across the clearing at the same moment. Firestar saw his apprentice leap into the large deputy's back, while Ashpaw bit down on his hind leg. Confident that Bone would be distracted for a while, Firestar crouched beside Whitestorm, almost oblivious to the battle that surged around them. Recognition glimmered in the White Warrior's eyes when he saw Firestar, and the tip of his tail twitched. "Goodbye, Firestar." "I'm gonna cry," he rasped. "Whitestorm, no!" Firestar felt a wail of agony building up inside him. He should have never brought his deputy to this battle, when all along the White Warrior had seemed to know that it would be his last. "Graystripe, find Cinderpelt!" "Too late," Whitestorm breathed. "I go to hunt with StarClan." "You can't! The clan needs you! I need you!" You will find others." The White Warrior... Stop! The White Warrior gaze going rapidly dimmer, flickering to Graystripe and back again. Trust your heart, Firestar. You have always known Graystripe as the StarClan destined to be your deputy. Letting out a long sigh, he closed his eyes. Whitestorm. Firestar wanted to mule his grief like a tiny kit. For a heartbeat, he pushed his nose into his deputy's blood-soaked fur, the only morning ritual that the battle allowed. Then he turned to Graystripe, who was staring in shock at the old warrior's body. "You heard what he said," Firestar meowed. "He chose you." Raising to his paws, he lifted his voice above the tumult of battle. "I say these words before the body of Whitestorm, that a spirit may hear and approve of my choice. Graystripe will be the new deputy of ThunderClan." A yowl of agreement from behind startled him, and Firestar turned to see Sandstorm and Dustbolt pausing to nod briefly at Darkstripe before dashing back into the battle again. Graystripe had not moved, his yellow eyes fixed on Firestar. Are you sure?" "Never sure," Firestar growled. "Now, Graystripe!" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw BloodClan deputy struggling free from Bramblepaw and Ashpaw. Before Firestar could spring at him, a screech of defiance sounded above the noise of battle, and several more apprentices hurled across the clearing. Bone was barely visible under the whirling heap of furious young cats. Bramblepaw and Ashpaw were there, with Featherpaw and Stormpaw, and yes, Tawnypaw fighting beside her brother. Within a few heartbeats, Bone had stopped trying to defend himself. His body went into a series of spasms, ending in his twitching tail, and as Firestar watched the twitching stop, Ashpaw let out a hoarse cry of triumph. At the same instant, Jaggedtooth appeared out of nowhere. Firestar felt his fur stand on end. Once a rogue, then a member of ShadowClan, and now a part of the insult to the warrior code that was BloodClan. The massive warrior flung himself on the apprentices and fastened his teeth in the nearest, Bramblepaw, dragging him off Bone's body. At once, Tawnypaw launched herself at the rogue cat. "Let go of my brother!" she spat. The rest of the apprentices sprang forward with her, and Jaggedtooth abruptly dropped Bramblepaw, turning tail and fleeing across the clearing with all the apprentices in pursuit. Breathing hard, Firestar glanced around, and his stomach turned over as he tried to judge how well the battle was going. Though Darkstripe and Bone were dead, and Jaggedtooth had been driven off, the clearing seemed full of BloodClan warriors, and yet more were racing down the slope. ThunderClan had lost Whitestorm, and between the battling cats, Firestar caught a glimpse of Torn Ear from WindClan lying motionless. Breakenfur and Mousefur fought on side by side, but Breakenfur was limping and Mousefur had deep claw marks stretching all along one side. At the edge of the clearing, Frostfur was dragging herself into the bushes, with Fernpaw helping her. Not far away, Runnynose, the ShadowClan Medicacat, was pressing cobwebs on a wound in Blackfoot's shoulder, until the ShadowClan deputy shook him off and threw himself back into the fray. Leopardstar appeared briefly, yowling hoarse encouragements to her warriors, before she vanished again in a surge of BloodClan cats.
We're losing, Firestar thought, fighting panic. I must find Scrooge!
With the BloodClan leader's death, he knew the battle would be over. The cats from Two-Leg Place had no sense of tradition or loyalties to the warrior code. Scrooge held them together, and without him, they would be nothing. Firestar felt his fur begin to bristle as his gaze found Scrooge at last. The small black cat was crouched at the base of that great rock, his claws slicing at a warrior he had trapped there. Firestar's belly lurched as he recognized One Whisker. With a yowl of defiance, he leaped across the clearing. Scrooge whipped around, leaving One Whisker to crawl away, bleeding. The BloodClan leader bared his teeth in a snarl. Firestar! Without warning, he leaped. Firestar rolled with the impact and landed on top of the smaller cat, planting one paw on his neck. But before he could bite down, Scrooge wriggled away with the speed of a snake. The dog's teeth on his claws flashed as he raked them across Firestar's shoulder. Excruciating pain laced through Firestar's body. He forced himself not to flinch, but leaped forward again, sending Scrooge flying back across the great rock. Briefly, the Black Tom was stunned, and Firestar managed to bite down on his foreleg. Pain like fire seared through him again, and with another blow from the BloodClan leader's claws, and in the shock of it, Firestar lost his grip on Scrooge. The BloodClan leader reared back, his paws raised for the death blow. Firestar scrambled to get away, but he was not fast enough. Agony exploded in his head as the reinforced claws struck down. Flame washed over his eyes, fading and to leave nothing but darkness. A soft black tide was rising to engulf him. He made one final effort to get up, but his paws would not support him, and he fell back into nothingness. Chapter 29. Firestar opened his eyes. He was lying on the grass at Four Trees, with moonlight washing over him and the rustle of leaves above his head. For a few heartbeats he relaxed, relieved in the warm air of Greenleaf. Then he remembered Four Trees as he had last seen it, the branches black and stark in the depths of Leaf Bare, and the clearing thronged with screeching, wearying cats. Abruptly he sat up. He was not alone. The warriors of StarClan lined the clearing, illuminating it with the shimmer of their pelts and the gleam in their eyes. In the front rank, Firestar could see the cats who had given him his 9 lives: Bluestar, Yellowfang, and Spotted Leaf, Lionheart, and a newcomer, Whitestorm, restored to his youthful strength, with starlight glimmering in his thick fur.
Thank you for the raid.
Welcome, Firestar,
meowed the white warrior. Firestar scrambled to his paws. Why have you brought me here? He demanded. I should be back there, fighting to save my clan. It was Bluestar who replied.
Look, Firestar.
Firestar saw there was a space beside her. At first he thought it was empty, but suddenly he realized it was filled with the faintest outline of a flame-colored cat. His green eyes glowed so pale they barely reflected the sunlight that filled the hollow. But Firestar recognized him at once. You have lost your first life. Bluestar meowed gently. A shiver ran through Firestar. So this is what it was like to die. He stared in mingled curiosity and fear at the pale copy of himself in the middle of the clearing. As his gaze locked with the ghost cat's, he suddenly saw himself, hunched and bleeding, his fur ragged and the light of desperation burning in his eyes. Firestar wrenched his head aside to break the contact. There was no time for this. Surely the whole point of having 9 lives was so that he could keep going. Send me back, he begged. If we're losing the battle, BloodClan will rule the forest. Bluestar stepped forward. Patience, Firestar. Your body needs a moment to recover. You will go back soon enough.
It might not be in time. Blue Star, why are you letting this happen? Will StarClan not help us, even now?
The former ThunderClan leader did not reply directly. Instead, she sat down, her blue eyes glowing with wisdom. No cat could ever have done more than you for ThunderClan, she meowed. Even though you are not forest-born, you have a heart of a true clan cat, more than ever. More than ever Tigerstar or Darkstripe did. And though they taunted you with being a kitty pet, they both ended up betraying the clan of their birth for the sake of their own ambition. Firestar's paws worked impatiently in the grass. What was the use of empty praise? He could not tear his mind away from what was happening in that clearing, where loyal cats were fighting and dying. Blue Star! The she-cat raised her tail to silence him. Perhaps your quarrel with Tigerstar gave you the strength you need. She went on, all along you did what you thought was right. Even when your clanmates disagreed with you, you suffered loneliness and uncertainty, and that has made you what you are now, a gifted, intelligent leader, with the courage to lead your clan in its darkest hours.
But I'm not leading them, Firestar hissed. And I can't save them. I'm not strong enough. We're going to lose the battle. Blue Star, this can't be the will of StarClan. We've always believed our warrior ancestors wanted to be 4 clans in the forest. Have we been so wrong?
There was a ripple of movement from the front ranks of the starry warriors. Blue Star rose to her paws, and she was joined by the other 8 cats who had given Firestar a life at the ceremony beside the moonstone. All 9 of them encircled the young cat who stood defiantly in the center of the clearing. A voice spoke, not Blue Star this time, but an echo vibrating inside Firestar's head, as if all 9 cats were speaking to him at once. Firestar, you are wrong. There were never 4 clans in the forest. As Firestar stared, rigid with shock, the voice went on. There were always 5. Firestar felt 9 pairs of eyes, aligned with wisdom, rest on him. Fight bravely, Firestar. You may return to battle now, and the spirits of StarClan will go with you. The shapes of the StarClan warriors seemed to dissolve into light. Firestar felt their strength flooding through him as water soaked into the thirsty ground, and he knew the courage that came with faith restored. He opened his eyes. The sound of battle rushed into his ears, and he sprang to his paws. Straight in front of him, he saw Cloudtail battling with Scrooge. The young white warrior was on the ground, blood flowing freely from his wound as Scrooge shook him by the scruff and raked claws across his flank. But Cloudtail had his teeth fastened into Scrooge's leg, and even though he was terribly injured, he would not let go. "Scrooge!" Firestar yowled. "Turn and face me!" A small black cat whipped around, letting go of Cloudtail in shock. "How? I killed you." "You did." Firestar spat back at him. "But I'm a leader with 9 lives who fights along StarClan. Can you say as much?" For the first time, he thought he saw a flicker of uncertainty in Scrooge's cold eyes, and at last Firestar understood what Barley had told him. Scrooge's lack of belief in StarClan was his greatest weakness. Without belief, without the laws and customs of the forest clans, Scrooge did not have the 9 lives of a true leader. When he died, he would be dead forever. The Blood Clan leader's uncertainty lasted no more than a heartbeat. He aimed a final blow at Cloudtail, dislodging the weakened warrior and tossing him up against the great rock. Firestar launched himself at his enemy, and with every stride he was aware of the StarClan warriors racing alongside him, matching his pace. Lionheart's golden strength, the lithe, muscular body of Running Wing, Redtail's dark fur, his bushy red tail streaming behind him, Yellowfang with her claws outstretched, Spotted Leaf swift and determined, Blue Star with all her strength and skill in battle restored. Firestar seemed to cover the ground on winged paws. His claws raked across Scrooge's side, and he dodged a blow to the head like the one that had claimed his first life. But Scrooge was fast. He flung himself between Firestar's outstretched paws and aimed for his belly, trying to rip him open with the same flick that had destroyed Tigerstar. Firestar barely drew back in time. Now he was on the defensive, trying to avoid the gashing claws and still get close enough to Scrooge to land a blow of his own. He managed to grip the Blood Clan leader near the base of the tail, and the 2 cats rolled over and over on the grass, a shrieking whirl of teeth and claws. When they broke apart, Firestar saw his own blood splattering against the grass. He knew he had to finish this fight quickly before he weakened again. When the old trick came back to his mind, he scarcely believed it would work against a fighter like Scrooge. But he could think of nothing else. He dug his front paws into the blood-stained turf and crouched in front of his enemy, as if he were giving in, every muscle tensed in readiness. Scrooge let out a yowl of triumph and leaped at him. In the same heartbeat, Firestar hurled himself upward, crashing into Scrooge's belly and thrusting him backwards onto the ground. His claws slashed through Scrooge's pelt, and his teeth met with the black cat's throat until he tasted a gush of warm blood. Firestar was dimly aware of Scrooge's claws flailing viciously at his shoulder, but he held on, raking his enemy's belly with his hind paws until the blows that were falling on him grew weaker. Firestar shook his head, scattering thick drops of blood from his eyes. He released Scrooge's throat and drew back to deal the death blow from an unpraised paw. But there was no need. Scrooge's eyes were fixed on him, dark pits of hatred, and his body jerked convulsively. He tried to snarl defiance, but the only sound was blood bubbling in his torn throat. His twitching limbs grew still, and his eyes stared sightless at the sky. Flanks heaving, his breath coming in agonizing gasps, Firestar gazed down at his dead enemy. Who knew where this cat's spirit was headed? Not to the ranks of StarClan, that's for sure. A skinny black and white blood-clan cat was battling with Tallstar a couple tail lengths away. When he caught sight of Scrooge's lifeless body, the blood-clan warrior froze, staring, and scarcely seemed to notice when Tallstar raked his claws down the side of his head.
Scrooge! He gasped. No!
He backed away, then turned and fled, blundering into another blood-clan warrior as he made for the bushes. The second warrior spat furiously and launched himself at Firestar, but before he could attack, he too saw the body of his dead leader. A terrible wailing broke from him. Scrooge! Scrooge is dead! As the cry rose above the screeches of battling cats, Firestar saw the warriors of BloodClan falter and stop fighting. As they realized that they had lost their leader, they turned and fled. To Firestar's dazed eyes, the two-leg-placed cats seemed to have shrunk. They were no longer fearsome warriors, but ordinary cats who had no place in the forest. Slower than WindClan, duller than RiverClan, scrawnier than ShadowClan. All their menace was gone, and with a cry of triumph, the forest cats surged after them and chased them out of the hollow. Numb with exhaustion, Firestar hardly had the strength to understand that his cats, LionClan, had won. The forest belonged to StarClan once again. Chapter 30. The clearing fell silent. Blood glistened on the grass as cold sunlight sliced through the trees. Cloudtail struggled to his paws and struggled over to stand beside Firestar, looking down at Scrooge's lifeless black body. "You did it," he panted. You saved the forest." Firestar gave the young warrior a lick. "We all did," he meowed. He thought back to the trouble his kin had caused when he first arrived in the forest. In those days, Firestar would have never imagined he could have felt so proud of his wayward nephew. "Go and find Cinderpelt and get yourself something for those wounds." Cloudtail nodded and limped off across the clearing. Looking around, Firestar saw that the warriors from each of the 4 clans were gathering around their medicine cats at the edge of the clearing. One had become 4 again. Lion Clan was no more. At first he couldn't see Sandstorm, and he felt panic welling up inside him. He was not sure he could bear it if he had lost her. Then he saw her stumbling wearily across the clearing. The fur along one flank was stiff with drying blood, but Firestar could see that her injuries were not serious. "Thanks, StarClan," he breathed. He crossed the clearing in 2 bounds, and Sandstorm turned her head to look at him, her green gaze filled with relief. "We did it," she murmured. "We drove out BloodClan." Firestar suddenly felt lightheaded, as if the whole of 4 trees was spinning around him. "Steady," urged Sandstorm, supporting him with her shoulder. "You've lost a lot of blood. Come and see Cinderpelt." Firestar staggered the rest of the way, drinking in Sandstorm's scent and feeling comforted by the softness of her fur. When they reached Cinderpelt, he collapsed on the ground, wondering if he were about to lose another life. Then he realized he could still hear the sounds all around him in the clearing, and the pain of his scratches throbbed instead of fading as Fernpaw started pressing cobwebs to the worst of his wounds.
Is he okay?
That was Graystripe's voice.
Hey, come on, Firestar, you can't give up now.
I'm not. I'm tired. That's all. Firestar blinked up at the Grey Warrior. Don't worry. You won't have to be leader for a while yet. Firestar. Sandstorm gently prodded his shoulder.
There are more cats coming.
Firestar sat up to see a group of RiverClan cats padding towards him, headed by Leopardstar. The RiverClan leader dipped her head towards Firestar. Claw marks covered her pelt, but her eyes were clear and she carried her tail high.
Well done, Firestar, she meowed.
They tell me you killed Scrooge. Every cat fought well, Firestar replied. We wouldn't have won unless all the clans joined together. True enough, Leopardstar conceded. But now we must separate again. I'm going to take my clan home. We must care for our wounded and grieve for our dead. And ShadowClan? Firestar inquired. ShadowClan must go back to their own home, Leopardstar replied firmly. I have a new deputy, and enough warriors to defend our territory if ShadowClan don't respect our border. Who's the new deputy? Firestar asked curiously. Mistyfoot, meowed the RiverClan leader, a glint in her eyes. As Firestar stared in astonishment, Mistyfoot emerged from the ThunderClan cats, followed by Featherpaw and Stormpaw. I'm going with Leopardstar, she explained, fixing Firestar with her mother's ice-blue gaze. I'll always be grateful for what you did, but I'm a RiverClan cat at heart. Firestar nodded. He had never expected Mistyfoot to change her allegiance completely from her birth clan. But as deputy, he meowed, after what happened to Stonefur? There was deep grief in Mistyfoot's eyes, but her determination did not waver. Leopardstar asked me just before the battle started, she explained. I said I'd think about it, but now I know I have to do it for Stonefur's sake, and for the sake of the clan. Firestar dipped his head, respecting the hard decision she had made. The Star Clan go with you, he meowed, and may you always be a friend to ThunderClan. The two young cats beside Mistyfoot glanced uncertainly from Firestar to Leopardstar. We're going too, Stormpaw mewed. RiverClan has lost many warriors. They need us. Featherpaw padded up to Graystripe and touched noses with him. You'll come and visit us, won't you? Try and stop me. Graystripe's voice was muffled, and his eyes were filled with the pain of his kit's divided heritage. Be the best warriors you can, and make me proud of you. You've got something to live up to, Firestar added. Your father is a ThunderClan deputy now. The two apprentices pressed close to their father and twined their tails with his. Leopardstar gave them a moment to be together before signaling to them, and the young cats fell in behind her. The RiverClan cats vanished into the bushes and up the slope towards their own territory. Firestar's gaze fell on the group of ShadowClan cats not far away, and he noticed that Bramblepaw was with them, talking to his sister. Firestar rose to his paws and limped slowly towards them. Blackfoot got up to meet him as he approached. Firestar! The ShadowClan deputy narrowed his eyes. So we won that battle after all. Yes, we did, Firestar agreed, adding, What will you do now, Blackfoot? Take my clan home and prepare for a journey to Highstones. I'm their leader now. We have much to do to recover, but life in the forest will go on as usual. And I'll see you at the next gathering. And Blackfoot, you would do well to learn from the mistakes of your predecessors. I saw what you did to Stonefur at Bone Hill. A shadow flitted across Blackfoot's eyes, and he did not reply. Firestar flicked his tail to beckon Bramblepaw, who pressed his muzzle briefly against Tawnypaw's flank and slipped through the ShadowClan cats to his mentor's side. Blackfoot rounded up his cats and led them out of the clearing. Runny Nose, the medicine cat, brought up the rear with a glance at Firestar as he went. Firestar hoped he had better luck with this new leader, after the trouble he had endured with Nightstar and Tigerstar. Firestar turned back to his own clan, and found himself face to face with Barley and Ravenpaw. I wouldn't trust Blackfoot, murmured Ravenpaw, watching the last of the ShadowClan warriors disappear into the bushes. He's a troublemaker if I ever saw one. I know, Firestar replied. Don't worry. ThunderClan will be ready if he starts anything. At least with Scrooge dead, the cats from Two-Leg Place will have a chance to live in peace, Riley remarked with feeling. They might have a better life now. You wouldn't go back to Two-Leg Place yourself? Firestar inquired. Not on your life. Riley's tail shot up straight. We're headed straight for home.
But it was good to fight with ThunderClan again,
added Ravenpaw.
They're in love.
ThunderClan will always be grateful to you, Firestar told them warmly. You're free to come into our territory any time.
And you must visit us at the farm whenever you make the journey to Highstones, Riley mewed as they turned away. I expect we'll be able to spare a mouse or two.
With RiverClan and ShadowClan accounted for, Firestar wanted to check in on WindClan before he gathered his own clouds and headed back to camp.
There was a small group of WindClan warriors clustered around Barkfaced, their medicine cat, but nowhere near as many as there should have been. Tallstar himself was missing. A prickle of fear ran through Firestar's flame-colored pelt. Then he saw the WindClan leader emerging from the bushes on the far side of the clearing. Mudclaw and Morningflower and a couple of apprentices were with him. All 5 cats were panting hard, as if they'd been running. Firestar bounded towards them, expecting to see enemy cats burst into the clearing and pursue. What's going on? He demanded. Are BloodClan chasing you? Tallstar let out a satisfied purr. No, Firestar, we chased them. We followed them as far as the Thunderpath. They won't be back here in a hurry. Good. Firestar meowed with deep appreciation. He saw a similar glow in Morningflower's eyes and realized that at last she felt avenged for the death of Gorsepaw. Taking a deep breath, Firestar dipped his head towards Tallstar and meowed. We have no further need for Lion Clan. There are 4 clans in the forest again. He could see the older leader understood what he was saying. They were no longer allies, but rivals, who could meet in friendship only at gatherings. We owe you our freedom, meowed the WindClan leader. He dipped his head and headed towards the rest of his warriors at the far side of the clearing. Alone for the first time, Firestar scrambled up to the top of the great rock. The sickening stench of blood rose around him, but up here he could look over the forest and dare to believe that soon the battle would be no more than a distant memory. He imagined the spirits of StarClan all around him, sharing the leadership of his clan. They would be beside him every paw step until he gave up his last life and went to join them. Thank you, StarClan, he murmured. Thank you for staying with us. 5th clan of the forest. How could I ever have thought that I faced this battle alone? Suddenly, he smelt the familiar scent and felt the soft touch of Spotted Leaf's pelt brush against his fur. Her breath was warm in his ear. You are not alone, Firestar. Your clan will live on, and I will watch over you forever. For a moment, Firestar felt all the pain of loss afresh, as if his beloved medicine cat had not died many moons ago, but in this very battle. Then his ears pricked, and the sound of claws on rock. The Spotted Leaf's scent faded. Firestar saw Greystripe and Sandstorm climbing towards him, with Bramblepaw scrambling up behind. Sandstorm pressed her flank to Firestar's. Bluestar was right. Fire did save the clan. And now there are 4 clans again, Greystripe added, just as there should be. No, there are 5, Firestar thought. He looked down over the clearing and the trees that stretched as far as he could see, and his senses filled with the sound and the scents of his forest home. 1,000 secret whispers told him that new leaf was stirring in the cold earth, shooting up green fronds and rousing the prey from its long-leaf-bare sleep. The rising sun broke over the trees and flooded the clearing with light and warmth, and it seemed to Firestar that no dawn had ever been brighter.
The end! We did it! Yay! Crazy! Bonkers! Also, Fia, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much for the raid. I had to read everything from a point to the end. I couldn't stop. I was in that, climactic part of the end of the book. I'm also start the new book right now, right here. Lost in the kitty sauce. You're here! Thank you so much!
We were at the finale, the great climax. But thank you so much for the raid. You don't have feelings for the books. Yeah, I saw that you had commented it a few times. The thing is, Gibbons, we have been reading this series for... How long has it been now, guys? Like, easily 4 months. Easily 5 months. We've been reading this series for a really long time.
You follow Via?
4 months or so, yeah. So, you just came in this stream, right? You haven't heard any of the other books. We've been through this like week after week after week. And we know all these characters like really close, you know? So that's why it means a lot to us. Yeah, it's been a very, very long time. That's why we care so much. And I understand that you don't have any attachment. You probably don't even know half the names I'm saying out loud. You're just kind of like, wow, that's something. Those cats are doing something, all right.
We love the cats.
Oh my god, I didn't expect I didn't expect to cry when White Storm died. Journey completed, and now on to the next.
Thank you for the head pats.
I'm gonna hydrate too. I mean, I sort of did. I don't have many feelings. That's also a thing that happens to people too. You are mopping. We still have to do the clan where Nono killed the clan generator. We will see that clan to the end. Harvest clan, we love you. And we definitely will still... I cried with you, don't worry. I think I just got emotional thinking about like... Oh no, I'm gonna cry again. Thinking about like... No, I can't do it! I can't do it. Thinking about how he'd been there since the very beginning. Knowing how many died in 3 days. Technically, it was 3 months in their life. Kill count but Warrior Cat series. I wanted to do that when I first tried to restart reading the series. But we should have done that too. We should have like counted how many cats died. He's not gonna see his kids grow. I guess he will. He will then. He'll be in Star Clan, looking down on them, watching over them. He has babies. Yeah, he's Sorrel-Kit, Sorrel-Kit's dad, Sorrel-Kit, Rain-Kit, and Soot-Kit. We start the next series. I'll do the kill count. Okay, we're gonna start the next series next week. I'm so proud of us all. We got so far. We did the whole thing. I wonder what day we actually started doing this. I guess I wouldn't know because I don't think I uploaded it on the day it happened. Probably somewhere, if we count backwards. 6 books. And 2 of them took me 3 streams to read, and the rest took me 4 streams to read. So 4 months, probably 5 months, and what's 5 months ago? 5 months and 3 weeks ago. 5 months and 3 weeks ago.
Okay, Cody! Thank you for hanging out. Good luck. Discord
is not hard, but like time consuming and sometimes confusing. Around Feb, almost Jan.
That makes sense, yeah. I can't! I upload them every single time. I upload the videos in their own videos. I guess technically I could stop stream and then keep going, but I think we need I think we need the cooldown, you know? We have to process. We have to have time to say goodbye to Firestar because unfortunately after this book, we are not going to be in Firestar's POV anymore. I know. It's pretty sad. Firestar, we will no longer be in his POV. We are moving on to other cats. He is still going to be there, but we are not going to be with him as intimately. No, then I don't want to. That's exactly how I felt when I was a kid. I was so mad. I was so mad. I think that's why I got Firestar's quest, because I couldn't let go of it. I couldn't let go of Firestar. I think I got that book and then I reread it like a 5 bazillion times. Yeah, he's still very present. Just not in his POV. But worse! Oh, would they have killed? That would suck. That would suck. Did not like the change, but I did love the book switcher. I think now that this is probably only the second time rereading the second series. Maybe the first. It's either the second or the third time rereading the second series, because I was so mad about Firestar that I read it with a grudge. I read it being mad. So I didn't like anybody except one cat. But now I'm here with an open mind. I know that they worked hard. I'm more attached to them, the cats that will be there, because I remember them more clearly now than previous POVs who were only there 3 times. Just new POV and then previous POV. Oh. I think there might be multiple POV switches in this coming one. I can't remember though. Maybe. I think maybe it switches between 3. There are? Yeah, there are. I don't know how many it switches between. It's okay, I love Caps. Caps is my favorite. It just feels, it doesn't feel like yelling, it feels like passionate. Like I'm so passionate. Aw, you missed Ori. I believe 2 in this next series, 3 next. 3 definitely next. I reread, okay, the third series, my favorite series of all. I reread that series several times over. Sprinkles of Firestar's POV in this one? Oh. This coming one. I'm excited. So that's why I'm excited about the next series, because then at least I'm more open-minded. I'm more welcoming to the cats. I've grown as a person. I've grown as a person. I can maybe cry this time when a certain character dies. You know the one. You know the one. Me too. Oh, stretching. No, it's okay. We'll wait for it. We'll wait for the surprise. I have an inkling. I kind of remember it, but technically it's spoilers. So we'll find out in the next stream. So next week we will be starting a new prophecy. Very exciting. Very nice. Honestly, if I think about it, A New Prophecy is my favorite. The plot line is my favorite plot line of any kind of story. I actually wrote, when I was in high school, I did like NaNoWriMo, the one where you write a novel in a month. And my story was the same sort of story. Basically, it's okay. I'll simplify it to its simplest form. A group of strangers have to join together to solve something. That's the most simplest form. Get my hands on the other books as they were not in my school library. So, oh, you don't know anything, Cat? You're in new grounds now. New grounds. But yeah, that's my favorite kind of story. My favorite kind of story type. You're scared? I think you should be. I think a lot of cats die in the second series. A lot of cats die very suddenly in the second series, from what I remember. Gorsh. Yeah. Very suddenly. Very, very suddenly. With no... It's kind of like a lot of shock. It's like Running Wing's death. You know? 1 second we have Running Wing happy, healthy. Next, Running Wing is dead in the forest. And also, like, what was the other cat? There was that other cat, the Shadow Clan cat that got hit by a car. It's like that, too. Why did I say it? That's what happened! White Throat, yes. White Throat running for his life and then gets hit by a car. Rest in peace, Running Wing. We love you. I didn't realize how much I love Running Wing, too. Okay, guys. We're gonna end it now. Who should I wait? Who is streaming? Oh my gosh! She's... Drilla. She came to say hi to me when I was reading. Thanks for the stream. Also, Sybil, I saw you're almost there. You almost got the VIP. You'll be the first VIP in my channel. Congrats. Once it happens. All right. I will see you guys on Friday. I think I'm gonna go back to Subnautica on Friday. I've been thinking about it. Quite a bit. So I might go go to Subnautica. Play some Subnautica gaming. See how that fares. Bye! I miss you already. Dumb-ads at the worst time. They lock you out. Bye, no. You'll be bus Friday, so I'll try to stop in. Ah, cool. Remember, you guys, get up, have a stretch, get some drinks, get a snack, get some dinner, get whatever you need to eat. If it's night for you, have a good night. Go to bed right now after you brush your teeth and floss your teeth, of course. And if it's day for you, have a wonderful day. Put on your sunscreen. I'm watching you. Love you. Remember, moderation is the key to true happiness.